multidisciplinary section on electronic waste and ultimate producer responsibility by a team of researchers led by Satu Tapa from the University of Utrecht, the Netherlands. The major question of their research was, who should be responsible for electronic waste generated from European second-hand products in Nigeria? A case for ultimate producer responsibility. Their ideal is that when the second-hand products like phones, microwaves, television, gadgets, and so on come to Nigeria, the original producers of these items should also contribute to the management of the electronic waste they generate by investing in capacity programs and other activities that will enhance the management of e-waste. So after this online section, we had a short break, and it was followed by technical presentations of papers to round up the activities for the day. So most of the presenters were not, some of the presenters were not available, but those who were presented today included Chile, Jumira, and Nevo. And the title of this paper is Current Status, Emerging Challenges and Future Prospects of Industrial Symbiosis in Africa. We also had Aderishola Ekayode, and the title of the paper is Utilization and Effectiveness of Digital Tools among students in tertiary institutions in Nigeria. And we also had Linda Akoho exploring the role of circular economy in waste management from a developing country. There was Adewale Peter, assessment of heavy metals residues in leafy vegetables in Lagos City farms. And we also had presentation from Achiri Page Fumbo, characterization of cashew nuts, shell pyrolysis liquid as a source of sustainable energy and a precursor for in chemical industries. And we also had Aderishola Ekayode, utilization and effectiveness of digital tools among students in tertiary institutions in Nigeria. That brought the tray of the conference to an end. Thank you all so much for listening.
Thank you so much for that. I will invite Dr. Olaide to come and introduce the keynote speaker. Please, a round of applause for him.
You want to clap now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, from where you are listening to us from, we welcome you to the last day of Circularity and Africa. It has been very exciting. We started on Monday. We are concluding the conference, and tomorrow the continent of the world together attending this International Sustainable Development Research Society conferences around the world. And it's a pleasure to have her. She has been to Nigeria, and she will tell us when to start her presentation. But to say that she's of the continent. She likes Nigeria because she likes Nigerians. So you can't like Nigerians and not like Nigerian. I think that's possible. So I just want to briefly introduce her before she takes over from me to deliver her keynote speech. Dr. Sandra Carroll is from the University of Alberta and Center for Environmental Sustainability Research at Nova University of Lisbon, Portugal. Sandra Sofia holds an undergraduate degree in environmental engineering from Nova University of Lisbon, that's where she's teaching now, and a Master of Science of Coastal Zones from the University of Aveiro, a PhD in environmental engineering from Nova, Portugal, and habitation in sustainability, environment, and global changes from University of Alberta. She is currently an associate professor with the same university and a senior researcher at Center for Sustainability, Environmental Research, and also she also collaborates with other affiliates, including the Distance Education and E-Learning Laboratory of the same university. Her main research and teaching areas include sustainability assessment tool, e-learning, and environmental sciences. As I said, she's an associate professor, but she's also an associate editor of many journals, including the Journal of Data Production, published by Xavier, and on the editorial board of Ocean and Coastal Management, also published by Xavier, Latin American Journal of Management for Sustainability, Development, Industry Science, and International Journal in Sustainability in Higher Education. She's a reviewer of several international scientific journals and books. She has mentored several postgraduate students and postdoctoral researchers, published papers in peer reviews in ISI journals, chapters in books, and international conference proceedings, and also coordinates and participated in several national and international research projects, and also participate in several national and PhD and master supervision. To add, Dr. Carroll and myself, we are involved in a project of circular economy that is sponsored by our you can now mute and train. Presentation, please.
Sandra, can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Sorry. May I talk now? Hello?
Can we hear her? She's speaking, but I can't hear her.
I will just.
I can't hear her in the room.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. Are you watching the presentation in a slide mode?
Yes, please.
Okay, okay. So first of all, thank you so much for the invitation. I just want to make sure, are you listening well to me? Because your connection is not so good. So I didn't hear quite well what Wally said at the beginning. I noticed that it was my boring presentation with so many information, but not very interesting, I guess. But are you listening well?
I can hear you fine. I can hear you very well.
Okay, okay, good, good. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here at your conference. It would be great if you could be face to face, but thank God, nowadays we have these facilities of doing talks online, which is also great, and it's also more sustainable to avoid traveling so much and decrease somehow our ecological footprint. So please interrupt me if something happened with the connection or so, or if you need me to repeat anything or any question. I believe that we'll have time at the end of my presentation to have some discussion. So the aim of my talk is talk about education for circularity and sustainability, and giving some issues related with the role of higher education institutions for this education. So mainly I will divide my talk in 4 parts. First of all, just talking about some aims and introduction of this team. Then I'll talk about some brief contents about circular economy and the link with sustainability, and then how the role of higher education institutions could have to increase the engagement and awareness of the circularity and sustainability, and finally some challenges that we need to face for the future and also for the present. So as a beginning, as Wally said, I belong to a very interesting project, which is the Cresting project, and I supervised a student within this project. So this presentation is based upon some of the team recently published work under this project, and also some works and reflections that I've been good and a very rich experience within the sharing of a topic group about education for sustainability within the International Sustainable Development Research Society. And also within Portugal, I belong as executive committee of the network of Sustainable Campus, which is a bottom-up network where higher education institutions and the people that work in there want to be together and discuss how can they integrate sustainability in their curricula and within their roles at higher education institutions. And also I've been belonging to Advisory Council of the Association of the Advancement of Sustainability in Higher Education. So the main goal is to explore the debate around education for circularity and sustainability and the link between these two concepts, and the special role of higher education institutions mostly related with curricula and research, and to give some critical analysis of the main trends and initiatives. So starting with the concept of circularity and sustainability, and along this week, you have been a very interesting experiences about circularity and circular economy practices. But we know that there is no universally accepted definition of circular economy. And in somehow the ambiguity of sustainable development concept has been extended to the concept of the circular economy, and that can give us some challenges, as I will talk further. We know, and I don't go into detail, of course, in the definition of circular economy, but one of the first definitions, it emerged in 2008 at the Standing Committee of the National People Congress in China, which was the generic term of reduction, reusing, and recycling activities conducted in the process of production, circulation, and consumption. A few years after, the European Commission at Europe in 2015 defining a circular economy as aiming to maintain the value of products, materials, and resources for as long as possible by returning them into product cycle at the end of their use, while minimizing the generating of waste. So giving here some focus on the waste. Because of that, some research have emerged, and try to put the circular economy terms in 9R strategies, beginning for small project use and manufacturing. And I think here is very important the rethink. That means make products use more intensive by, for example, in sharing products. In terms of extend lifespan of products and its parts. And then here we are talking in very important R's. And during yesterday, we talked about several examples where circular economy has a very important role within the repair and refurbished, mean restored old products and bring to up to date, and also to repair and maintain old products so it can be used with original function. And also to repurpose, it means to use the charged products and its part in a new product with a different function. Also, it is important within the useful application of materials, and here we talk about recycle and recover, which are more traditional terms of waste recycling. So we can say that the ultimate aim of circular economy is to accomplish, of course, sustainable development. So it should be seen is in the terms not only that link environment, but also economy, prosperity, and social equity, of course, to the benefit of the current and future generations. And of course, circular economy is should be within the Agenda 2030, within the Sustainable Development Goals, in particular in the 3 Ps, like the planet, the people, and the prosperity, not only related with objective 12, which is more related with sustainable consumption and production, but within circular economy should be in a broader sense. Also, then it is important to do this linked with Africa, because this conference is most related with activities and what is being done for the practice of circularity. We know that in Africa, there is an Africa Circular Economy Alliance, which its mission is to make sure that Africa will have an important transition to circular economy that delivers economic growth, jobs, and positive environmental outcomes. And it gives very important strategies and practices which Africa should be specifically focused on, like in food loss, waste, effective collection systems for waste, to have specific focus on the importance of support product designs for reuse and recycling of plastics, also to encourage the market in lose-less clothing and make the recycled fibers market more competitive. Also, we know that in Africa, there is an agenda for the next 15 years, which is the Agenda 2063 for the Africa we want. And it gives special focus with a link for accomplish the Sustainable Development Goals in an integrative, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, driven by its own citizens, representing a dynamic force in the international arena. But there is always a bad side. I mean, we need to see all of this in an integrative way. So we know that circular economy practices do not always result in sustainable impact and potentially leading to sustainability trade-offs of rebound effects. And I give here an example of the rebound effects of Garfield, that he wants to eat a lot of diet candies and hopefully he will be thinner. So is that really true? Maybe not as much. So it's like this problem that rebound effects within a circular economy increase the buying of more new products and greenwashing. And in particular, when we go to greenwashing, we saw a lot of maybe some advertisement mistakes, or maybe not exactly. We need to see things in a integrative way. So for example, when we see here this example, oh, this is 100% organic cotton. That is great. Of course it is great, but you know that we use too much cotton is very demanding for water and soils. So we need all the times to see this product responsibility and product consumption responsibility in a very holistic way, looking to all the sides of a coin. And indeed, circular economy most often can be associated only with recycling and reuse and ignoring the sustainability trade-offs. So within circular economy, we can have some parts that can be not sustainable. So that's why we need to look into this concept in a holistic way. Also, and as I said at the beginning, there is not commonly accepted and standardized approaches to assess circular economy. And there is a need to benchmark of circular economy assessment. Otherwise, how can we say if you are really in the right way towards sustainable development and towards the decrease of ecological footprint? And also, there is a limited societal awareness of understanding of circular economy. It has been used as a buzzword word again, and do people really know what it means? Are we really in the right way? So that's why we think it's very important, the role of the education and the research. And that's when we come to the role of higher education institutions, indeed. We know, and we always talking about this, that higher education institutions have indeed the role of educate and must be on the front line of all these issues, in particular for sustainability, and to be accomplished or being in line with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And for the last maybe 30 years, there are several declarations that have been done to increase the commitment towards sustainable development of the higher education institutions around the world, some more at a national level, some at European, international, and worldwide level, starting by the Rio +20 of the United Nations Conference, where there was a very special focus on the commitment of the higher education institutions. There is a lot of publications recently that relates sustainable development and higher education institutions. So it is on the agenda of these institutions, also particular in terms of circular economy publishing related with higher education institution. There is also an increase. This is decreased because this word that we developed finished at the time of a systematic literature at the middle or at the beginning of 2020. But if you go further the year, for sure, this will increase. So, but how higher education institutions can have this important role? According to the United Nations roadmap, and the sustainable development in higher education institutions can be mainly in 4 areas: in the research, and within the research to accomplish the goals and targets of the Sustainable Development Goals, within education, of course, including in the curriculum, and I will talk a little bit further, within the operation and governance, because we can, like the rectors can say, we need to have a plan for sustainability, and all the academic community should be engaged within this plan. But also within the external leadership, with the link with the external community. And I realized during this week, you gave very interesting importance of the link between universities in Nigeria and the community, outside community. This indeed is very important. I will also talk later in my talk. But basically, I'll give more focus within the research and education dimension. When you talk about education and how can we incorporate a circular economy within the curricula, we can kind of doing in 4 steps or in 4 dimensions or in 4 integrations. You can simply include circular economy topics in traditional courses like mathematics, English, or any other, or social science. Because when we talk about circular economy, you talk about life cycle assessment, because I need to do a life cycle assessment of products. And this can be taught, for example, in mathematics, because it has a lot of calculations. We can talk about design for sustainability, and this can link arts, but can also link, of course, fields more related with environmental science. We can talk, and very important, about repairs and refurbishing, and this is also can be related with chemical engineering, mechanical engineering, for example. But we can also, and we need to talk and incorporate issues related with more social aspects, and when we call it non-traditional issues of sustainability and circular economy, which are related with, for example, changing behaviors, to engage people for their responsibility. And here we talk about responsibility not only of consumers, but also of producers. And yesterday we talked a very interesting project within also Cresting of the importance and the huge importance of producers' responsibility. So we can include in topics, we can include in specific subjects within courses, and this can be according to the United Nations, they call it multi-perspective approach. We can have a course in a formal program. We can have a course about circular economy within a course of economics, within a course of social science, or even humanities. Or we can, of course, have a formal program of circular economy, undergraduate or postgraduate course, or even at a master's of PhD. So there is different ways when we should and integrate, so you could give the correct terms of circular economy. There has been several studies, and this one is by Giulio Sonetti, who has been working in the last year to find tools and the best way we can talk and teach these issues within higher education. And she find these metrics. And she defends that we need to have a more transformative learning, a learning by co-creation. And we also talk about, we listened yesterday, these co-creation processes, which means that is no longer only the role of the formal teacher. We need to have a creation of more practical terms, where we also have some uploads from the communities. We need to put the students to think, and not only to have expositions of slides like I'm doing now, but we must have a much more learning by doing, put the students on the field. And I know that in your university in Nigeria, you have been doing a lot of work within this. We must put the students in reflection on action, do teams development, and no more, less traditional talks. Of course, sometimes this is not easy and depends on a lot of an engagement of the teachers and also on the leaders. Because sometimes if the leaders see that the teachers are outside down a tree, and they think, oh, they are not learning, they are just joining. But for this, you need to have a very important role in the joining, in the celebration, in the emotions, in the religions, in the spirituality. I think, and I'm from engineering background, but even more, I think these non-traditional values are really the thing we need to go and to move on. But for this, we need, of course, to train the teachers and to use hands-on and more collaborative approaches. And in nowadays, and due to the internet, there is a lot of courses and materials that are free of charge, and teachers can have access to that. We have now a lot of massive online courses when we can learn and have access to materials related with sustainability, with the Sustainable Development Goals, and with circular economy. We have the Global Footprint Network. They've been working with very engaged in education and awareness using the ecological footprints. And there is now an ecological footprint calculator for the universities to see how they are and what is their footprint. Here is, I'm sorry because the table is not in a very good way of saying, but what I want to focus here and is that there are studies that shows which are the more pedagogical approaches that will lead to enlarged and engaged for competence for sustainability. And in this work that was conducted by Rodrigo Lozano and collaborators, they, for example, realized that if we use project and problem-based learning, where the students are really in the classes or outside or within the industries and try to solve real problems, it's much more rich to accomplish the competencies, and also related with community service learning. So all the issues more practical have more success to accomplish these sustainable competencies. And also we need to use a more transformative education, where you use these outside dimensions besides the intellectual and academic, but also we need to use more social, cultural, and spiritual dimensions that I should use with the students. And there is some schools that are using this in the aim that we are agents of changes. And for example, this is the Green Bottom School example, where they are doing a lot of good examples, and they started in schools with young population. Also, there is this pedagogy of degrowth, which is according to a process of bottom-up of unlearn and growing models of critical thinking. I start talking about education and the curricula, but of course it is also very important to work within the research, because as I said at the beginning, there is still a gap in circular economy assessment tools, in circular economy communication tools, and to avoid the sustainability trade-offs. So there is still a lot of research that is needed within circular economy. And for that, the transdisciplinary approach can have a very important role. And this transdisciplinary approach means that when I have a question that is based on the curiosity, I need to link the practice with the science. So if I go into the field and I see, for example, there is a lot of materials that are going to the garbage or to the landfill, but maybe I still can repair and recover them. So how can the science, and maybe going into the field and for the people that usually repair, how can I learn with them so I can improve the life of a product? So there must be a very much more link between the science and the society and the practice issues. So we need to move on from the traditional research, where we have the questions, the theory, the hypothesis, then we develop the method, the data and analysis and the discussion. This is the traditional way, to a more practical way, where I have the question, I have to explore, I have an idea generation, their evaluation, and then the development in terms of application in the field. So to more we should move to more theoretical, to more less theoretical. It doesn't mean, of course, to have a good theoretical background, but to more practical issues, allowing a process of co-creation. And in our grandfathers and grandparents, the traditional communities were very important. But in nowadays, it seems that they are losing, but now they are increasing. We need to go to these traditional communities. We have been practicing circular economy for centuries. So we need to learn from them. It needs such an obvious thing, but I think we need to move on. Now, just giving here some examples of universities that are trying to engage the academic for the importance of these issues. I have here an example of a project that's been developing Nova University of Lisbon, where they created a caring mindset. I mean, they call it care for lab living web, which the main idea is to bring students to the real world projects, also to try to aware the teachers of the importance of caring for nature and caring for the way and where we live. And this can be, what they are doing is putting teachers going outside and see the values of listen to a bird, listen to the noise of the trees. This could look like that's maybe bullshit in terms of research, but it isn't, because people needs to be stronger linked with the environment. So they need to understand, they need to carry it, and their way of respecting it. I have here an example of a video, but I don't know what is being doing in Harvard University. I know that Harvard is on the top, but it gives some tips what they are doing. I don't know if you are able to listen. Are you listening to the video?
Yes, please. We are waiting for the video to play.
Okay.
We are not receiving the audio from the video, please.
Oh, okay. Let me see. Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe it's better to move on. I have here some plan B in case of the video didn't work. So, are you listening now?
Yes.
Okay. So within the work that University Polytechnic of Torino has been doing, and Giulia Sonetti developed a kind of maps. So to see how can we at the university take different steps to engage with sustainability. So what they defend that we should start to draft a map, which means give a template of each governing bodies and how to map the current sustainability implementation. Then give some time, which means equip each course's director with the possible sustainable development goals mapping toolbox for embedding the sustainable development goals logic in each curricula. Then we need to embed sustainable development goals related question into every class assignments, discussions, lectures, case studies, practical based learning. As I said earlier, she called it make it rain. Then we need to move on to the actions. So allow students to explore independently and by their own the possible sustainable development goals learning occasion through extension projects and recognize them She called it Put Up Tents Outside. Then the several courses dedicated to sustainability sides of existing subjects are relatively easy to implement actions to embed sustainable development goals into the curriculum. She called it to do building and soil maintenance in the campus. And then use the sustainable development goals to guide research priority and impact evaluation. So put power factories and labs within sustainable development goal fuels in the campus of the university. And then develop partnerships. Partnerships are even more important to advance sustainable development goals, awareness, and mutual reinforce implementation and synergic actions. She said, she called it trails and bridges. And report and communicate your efforts and impacts in relation to sustainable development goals and celebrate success. Foster grassroots initiatives and competitions around the sustainable development goals implementation. So put signs outside in the houses. I've done it, like when a football match occurs and we really want to support a certain country, for example. And promote sustainability direction to different education and research fields. So elevate temples into the existing neighborhoods, and at the end, lay playgrounds by sustainability awareness, make it like an eureka moment for a way in times and space for learning experience. So celebrate is very important. So now just briefly in the exchange, because I already passed my time, basically what we need to do within the challenges is being between the top or the top down or the top approaches to a bottom up approaches, which means we need to engage the top university leadership to be engaged within the sustainability and the circular economy by developing strategic plans of agreement and circular and curricular development. But at the same time, there is a need of a bottom-up where the teachers, where the academic, all the academic staff, the students pressure the top so that we can indeed put all these initiatives in practice. And this within this top and bottom, we need to decrease the blockers, the ones that don't want to do anything. Oh, that is too boring. I'm full of work. I don't want to do anything more. But we need to show them the advantages of doing and how students are happy and they could be jealous of the work we are doing. And jealous usually work quite well in the positive way. We know that higher educations are seriously committed with applying circular principles in their classrooms, and the universities must think that they should work without walls. And the European associations just deliver briefly a report where they call it Universities Without Walls, a vision for 2030, where this role of open the doors for the community is highly highlighted. And finally, this is my final slides, where I give some keywords of all the things I discuss. We need to work in a transdisciplinary work with partnerships. We need to aware all the society sectors. We need to work in a lifelong process with critical thinking, linking research into curricula, give transversal skills, use the lay knowledge and the traditional knowledge for all the communities. And thanks for listening, and get fun. I think that's an important message also, because fun is what moves us to be here with happiness.
Yes, thank you very much, Sandra, for the wonderful presentation. Yes, it's just about time for you to take coffee. We have somebody else who is going to discuss. Can you hear me, please?
I'm hearing you, but with some cuts.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
although there's echo in the room, but that's fine. Yes, I said thank you for the wonderful presentation. I want you to relax for about 5 minutes while I invite the next person to make a brief discussion of what you have just presented. Then we'll come back to you on questions and answer session. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure once again to invite to discuss this wonderful presentation by Sandra. And there's no other person to do this but the Director General of Development Agenda for Western Nigeria, that's the Dawn Commission, and in person of Mr. Sheye Oyeleye. He has been with us since we started, and we are happy to have him to discuss this presentation. So you have 10 minutes to make this discussion. You are welcome, Mr. Oyeleye.
Thank you, Dr. Lange. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, sir.
Okay, there's a lot of echo in the background, so I'm hearing myself. Okay. Hello?
We are listening.
Hello? Oh,
hello,
okay.
We can hear you. Go ahead,
okay,
sir.
Thank you. Okay, good morning. Good morning, Sandra. Good morning, everybody. And thanks for having me. Apologies, I couldn't attend physically. I actually wanted to, but some things cropped up last night and made it practically impossible for me. So I've had sharing myself between two meetings at the moment. Yeah, that was a wonderful presentation. Basically, when I saw the topic and my colleague, Dr. Bisheso, introduced the topic to me, I actually laughed. I said that if there's something that I believe for so long in Africa in particular, we have neglected, it is the issue of in fact, we don't even take it serious down here when we talk of sustainability of the earth. Let me start from that premise. So when I was told that we're talking about the circular economy and the role of the higher institutions, I told myself that we should actually, yes, the role of higher institutions will be discussed here, but using Nigeria as a specific example, yes, we're talking about Africa here, but zeroing it down to Nigeria, where I live at the moment. I've had the benefit of living outside the country for like over 20 years, living in Europe and partly in America. And when you look at how they've taken the issue of sustainability, the way they believe that we are in a world now that the resources are being exhausted, and it has become more of government policy in these countries on how to sustain the earth, to make it sustainable for future generations. But we are still very far away from it here in Africa. So using the Nigerian example, it's still a non-starter. And when you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, 13, 14, 15, where specifically they were saying that we need to focus more on how we can reuse whatever we're making use of at the moment, you will ask ourselves that, what are we doing as a country or as a continent to even achieve the barest minimum? Unfortunately, as I said, these are things that are still here in Africa. They are, when you're talking of circularity, it's things that are still on paper. And we have argued in a few forums that I have attended that there needs to be deliberate policy of the part of governments to sensitize our people. I'll give examples to show that we still have a long way to go, even before we even start saying what are the roles of the higher institutions, which I believe they have a critical role to play. I remember that maybe about 15, 20 years ago in Britain, they started giving, homes were giving different types of bins, dust bins, where your waste are sorted out even from the homes. That was when government started making it a thing of policy that, look, we need to go green. Then the mantra or the buzzword then was going green, meaning that waste are sorted out. They will give you the green bin, the brown bin, the gray bin. From the primary schools, pupils were being taught on how they can reuse whatever packaging or whatever products that they've been given. Over time, it then dovetailed into the supermarkets, where you're told that rather than, I mean, back here in Nigeria, when you go to the supermarket here, they can give you up to 10 carrier bags. Over there, now you have to pay for bags, as an example. They didn't start with that, but now all the supermarkets have taken it up as a policy, because they've seen that, look, these are the ways that we can help. Part of the packaging, they've then gone into, over the years, what they call biodegradable packaging, things that can easily be absorbed if it's disposed. Now, if you look at what we are still doing here in Africa, and again, I want to use Nigeria in particular, and you mentioned it, that if we focus on the economic side of the circular, I mean, yes, it sounds like a tautology. We're talking about circular economy, that it is even money, that if there is a deliberate policy on behalf of governments, we can easily understand that money can be made when we start focusing on making our environment more sustainable. As I said, we have not even started. And for me, because I have seen both sides, once in a while I laugh here that even if we look at the way we still package our things here, we seem to think that, well, these things are endless. So when the European or the American tells you that, oh, you can package this thing differently to make it environmental friendly, for us, it looks so esoteric. We don't take it seriously. We're thinking, oh, what does that mean? Environmental friendly. But we are seeing it. Once in a while here, we complain that, oh, why is it still very hot in the month of May? Oh, the weather is not like 10 years ago. So when they are talking of global warming, don't we understand that it is these little things that we are failing to do that is contributing to us now having prolonged dry season? Look at, I will easily link it with desertification as an example. I've been hearing desert encroachment for the past maybe like 25, 30 years in Nigeria. They keep talking of desert encroachment. What are we doing about it? Desert encroachment, are we sure we are not the ones contributing to it through our lifestyle? As an example, through our lifestyle, we are the ones contributing to it. So now today we talk of farmers' herders crisis in Nigeria. The herders will tell you that one of the reasons they are migrating down south is they need more land for their cattle to graze. Where they are in the north, a lot of desert encroachment has eaten into where in the past they used to graze. Yes, some might say, oh, that's debatable, that's not true, but we know. So going back to Sandra's presentation, where he was saying that, where she said that specifically, we need to concentrate our minds, particularly, and when we come back to Africa and Nigeria, which is my focus, that I have not seen any deliberate policy. Correct me if I'm wrong, on the part of our government. I've not seen that. For us, we still think that it's something that happens elsewhere. But I'm saying that, no, we can start from, as I said, using UK as an example, they started from their primary schools, teaching the children on how going green. Today, it's the norm. They sort out their bins even from their various homes. But here we're still not focused on it. But the funny thing is, in a way, I mean, if you look at, let's take the women here in Nigeria that go around picking plastic bottles and they go on to sell. You know, that is an economy on its own. I mean, I was driving down in an area about a week ago, and I saw large chunks of plastic bottles in huge sacks. And I was asking the man, what are you using these bottles for? He said, oh no, they collect them and some people come around to buy them. So, and I was curious that, okay, who are those buying them? What are they using it for? Is it that they go now to recycle these plastics for further use, or they just sell those bottles like that? So eventually I met one of the guys who came to pick them up, and he said, no, we recycle them, we use them for other products. And I said, that's a start. That's a start. We can then go back and ask our higher institutions that, what are we doing to help this cause? Do we have deliberate programs that we are running in our universities at the moment, whereby students can be taught? I mean, there might be courses, again, I might be wrong, there might be, that there are deliberate courses in our universities where students are being encouraged to take this as a career. You see, if you look at Nigeria again, at the moment, we are a monocultural economy. We are exhausted. All we do is we sell crude oil, which is an exhaustible commodity, as an example. That's all we do. Now, you are now asking yourself that, can we even use the money we are earning from that exhaustible commodity to start investing in technology that will make our own environments more sustainable going forward? Because assuming in 50 years' time we exhaust in fact, some have even argued with the way the development of electric cars and things are going for. Some have argued that it might not even be 50 years, maybe far shorter than that. So assuming that we get to a stage where we can even no longer sell our oil, we've degraded our environment, and we fail to invest in technology that will make us start living in a different way. And it's a race against time for us here. I'm saying this again, that unfortunately I have not seen that deliberate policy. And the world is moving at a fast, I mean, the other day again, I was in England in April, and I was cracking a joke that 15 years ago, if you need to move around in England, you used to have, we call it bus pass cards. You buy the card from, nowadays, nobody uses that anymore. They've moved away from that. You now have just a single plastic card that everybody takes around. You use it. I have mine. I've had mine now for 4 or 5 years, the same plastic card. In those days, you go and buy cards every day from the station. They've moved away from that. Deliberate policy. It might, to us here, it might be, oh, that might be little, but it's those little things that they are putting in place to make sure that their environment is sustainable. And trust me, it's not that they're not there yet. I mean, UK cannot, Germany, as an example, is even far ahead than UK when it comes to going green, or even the Netherlands. But in Africa here, particularly in Nigeria, I would argue that what we need is to start having champions in government, champions in our higher institutions who will concentrate minds. And you see, it needs a lot of education. A lot of ignorance is going on here. Ignorance, not in a derogatory way, that we don't seem to, as I said earlier, we don't seem to take it very seriously. The issue of renewing our natural resources. To us, it's just there. But as I said, we're already seeing the effects. In those days, 20 years ago, you can easily predict the seasons in Nigeria as an example. You can tell yourself that the rains will start now and finish now. But today, even now, we're encouraging our farmers, we're doing a lot of research, because we've realized now that agriculture, as an example, can no longer be sustained by relying on just rain, because it has become totally unreliable. You plant now, you think, oh, the rain should come the following month, and you're waiting another 2 months, there are no rains. So we are now trying to move agriculture away from just being rain-fed agriculture into a more sustainable way, and again, sustainable agriculture. What we do here in the past, and I'm zeroing in on agriculture, we take our tractors, we go to a virgin land, just clear the whole thing up, start planting. Even the technology of clearing land has changed. That you need to find a way that you are clearing the land without destroying the soil. As an example, these are skill sets that I believe that our higher institutions need to move their curriculum away from what is being taught 20, 30 years ago and focus more on technology that will sustain the environment 100, 200 years down the road. Yes, part of the bane of Africa is that we have this mantra that's, oh, don't worry, when we get to that bridge, we'll cross it. Well, I tell people a lot that where I used to live when I was in Europe, the way they think is, what if we never get to that bridge? So let's start thinking now. Don't let's wait till we get to that bridge. You might never get to that bridge if you don't put certain policies in place. So what I'm saying is that the role of the higher institutions is extremely important, and there has to be that deliberate policy on the part of the ivory tower to reorientate the minds. It's only when the eggheads and the students in the higher institutions imbibe that understanding that we need to start thinking sustainability. They are the ones that will then bring it back into that community for the others to pick it up. Because if those in the higher institution do not believe in it, how do you then convince that illiterate meat seller that you need to do these things differently in sustaining? How do you convince that supermarket owner that you can't be giving bags every day? How do you convince that lady who is bagging water that you can use a different type of product? And you see, some will even argue. Now, I'm even glad I mentioned those who are doing what we call pure water in Nigeria, sachet water. I mean, Sandra might not understand this. Here in Africa, it's very big. People put water in small packets and sell. And those bags, the way we dispose them, 10 years, 20 years, they're still there. And I realized that over time, back in Europe, they've come to start using lots of biodegradable bags so that if you dispose it, you could go back there in a few months, this thing starts crumbling. Here, they might tell you that, oh, that's too expensive for us. So the technology, the research to make it affordable should come from the higher institutions. The onus on us running a successful and a sustainable economy, a sustainable environment, a lot of the work falls on the institution, on the higher institutions, because as I said, they are the ones that will do the teaching out there. They are the ones that will do the research work to make it affordable for that ordinary person. Because for some will tell you that it's not that they don't want to leave, they don't want to manner, but it's too expensive to leave that we need to do more back in Africa, or as I said, I keep using Nigeria because I live here at the moment. And as I said, once in a while I laugh that a lot of things are not being done because we've taken it for granted. Oh, it's there. Oh, it's you can't exhaust it. I mean, I've had this debate once in a while. They will say, "Oh, don't worry, it's just the white man that thinks that way." And it's funny. So when we now say, "Oh, why is it too cold in the month of December?" You are thinking, or the month of November, why is it raining? Oh, the climate has changed, and you're thinking, well, it's part of what we and both of us have contributed by not doing the right things. So I won't go to, I mean, of course, there will be a lot of questions being asked, but for just to stop here, I would say that, yes, I agree that a lot needs to be done. And our ivory towers, our universities, the higher institutions need to, even if it means developing a new curriculum entirely for that aspect, they need to do a lot more to sensitize and get the technology out to make it affordable. Because I'm going to emphasize on that yes, you might say you want to run a sustainable economy, sustainable environment. If it's too expensive for that ordinary man to implement, it won't be attractive. They won't do it. So, as I said, for now, I'll stop on that. That's just my own initial thought. And I'll hand over back to Dr.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Sheye. You have given us an African perspective to what Sandra presented, and you also gave us case studies from Nigeria and within the continent Africa. Now we'll have some time to ask questions. Sandra, are you ready for us, please?
Yes, yes.
Sandra,
Do you want me to comment the?
Okay, thank you very much, Sandra. You mentioned
I'm not hearing you now. The image stopped. Hello?
I think it's from his end because I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, maybe it's from their side. We can wait a while.
Thank you very much, Sandra. In the course of your presentation, you mentioned that the university in the next 20 years, by 2030, you said, actually, in less than 10 years, to be university without walls. I want you to clarify what you mean by university without walls. Maybe we can learn from here, because I perceive that no university in Nigeria is without walls. So we are directing walls at all. So what will be the incentive for such a university? What do we see in a university that will say this university is without walls? One, and are there current examples around the world that we can point to that say, oh, University of Nova, for instance, is an example of universities without walls? You want to elucidate on that?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your question, Will. We mean, of course, no physical walls, because I think this is a pattern that is changing. Because universities and the teachers, I'm hearing with echo. Okay, now it's better. Universities turn to be very close on their way they teach, on the way they do things, that they are not connected with the community. They are not open. So when we say without walls, we mean they need to be more connected with the community, and going, of course, outside and discuss with the communities the problems they have. From one side, help the communities to solve their problems, but at the same time, learn in the communities to see how they can solve their research problems. And I give you an example. I supervise a student in Brazil, and the issue he want to research, which is an action research, is he worked for 2 years with local communities that lived in very poor and bad conditions. They call it favelas. I don't know exactly the terms, but it's people that lives in non-official houses in very bad conditions with no water facilities or waste collection facilities. And he wants to, he developed during these 2 years with the communities and try to teach them from one side the importance of their waste collection methods, but also in a way that how can we decrease the health risk related with the bad conditions they have on the waste, but at the same time, it teaches them, and this going to the earlier talk, how they could earn money with their waste. And that was an issue they were particularly interested in, because environment needs to have some advantage, economic advantage. And well, people need to eat. And for it, they need to have some way of money or find way to solve it. So what he done, he teach the communities that, for example, with organic waste, they can do composting, and with composting, they can do house agriculture and maybe sell the products for their agriculture to each other, or maybe try to use their materials to make new ones. And they have done it, and they earn money with that. So this try of link between the research universities are doing and the research with the communities, learning in a co-creation process, that's what we mean by the universities without walls. Just a brief example. And I completely agree with the earlier talk, very interesting critical analysis for what I said. We need this mixture of the governments and from the people. And we have a good example here also in Portugal. In Portugal, there is no government commitment for universities to address sustainability, not at all in any law. So, but now it was the teachers and the community that are giving pressure to the government, doing several activities that universities are really doing, working in the networks through this sustainability campus network. And they are doing a very strong job to pressure the government how important it is for universities to engage all these issues. We conducted a survey to try to understand what is the actual diagnosis of implementation of sustainability, and we are going to deliver it to the government to see, you see what we are doing, but we need more support for the government, because we need support of government, and we need also engagement for the population to manage to do it. I don't know if I answered to your question.
When you said that you don't, I mean, in Portugal,
I stopped listening, sorry. I'm not listening. I don't know if they are talking or not.
I'm not.
I don't think so.
Hello, can you hear me now?
No, yes, now come back, yeah.
Are you with me now, please?
Yes.
Sandra, are you with me?
Yes, now yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So I was just trying to process the point we raised that government is not doing much, but pressures are coming from communities and universities to say this is the way we should go in terms of the circular economy and sustainability. Let me also inform you that in the audience in the room here, We have secondary school students and others, lecturers, researchers, practitioners in the room. So the questions I'm about to read is a reflection of people in the room. This question is from some of the students. There are 3 questions that are coming from the students now. My question is that it's call only directed to higher, that your presentation is only directed at higher institutions. So this person is asking, what can the secondary school students do to help towards sustaining the environment? I would say the 3 of them that you can respond because they are related. The other one says that
well,
implementation of
sorry,
in higher institutions.
I'm sorry. Well, I didn't get it. The question. Would you mind to repeat because the sound is not so good?
What can secondary school students do in my area of circular economy apart from higher institutions? Did you get that?
Bluetooth mode.
Did you get that, please?
Yes, it's the quality of the sound, but I'll try to.
In the area of circular economy. And okay, those 3 questions. Maybe we don't respond to that because the line is breaking down. Thank you.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't get the question.
That's why.
Okay. Thanks for writing in the chat. It's much easier. Okay. What can secondary school students do in the area of circular economy? Okay. I think one of the important things that secondary schools can do is like work in consumer responsibility. For example, try to understand in the students if they really, for example, in the pack they use for the schools, do they are worried in avoiding buying new things? For example, working the terms of sustainable consumption and working with their families and to try to understand what is their habits in their houses that are within circular economy. For example, do they waste the food they eat? Do they reuse and try to turn as long as possible the products and the materials they use? So, and try to understand the responsibility they have within that issue, and try to work within their change behaviors to respect the nature. And I think in Africa, there is much more strong link with the respect of nature, but that can be lost with the new technologies. So we need to engage the students, the young students, within the values of nature, and the values of nature are strongly related with circular economy. Did I answer? If you write in the chat, it's much easier for me.
Yes, please. We got your response correctly, but at some point we had break in the communication. But let me emphasize what Sandra just said. He said that as secondary school students, you can also contribute a lot to circular economy. And one way you can do that is by making sure that you don't waste. No circular economy doesn't want you to waste anything. If you generate so-called waste, you try to find out what can you do with this. Okay? You can recycle, you can reduce, you can recover, okay? For instance, to take agricultural waste, all right? you can compose your agricultural waste and use that manure in your garden. You know, yesterday and 2 days ago, you started from Monday, we established some gardens in a particular grammar school, for example, try to demonstrate. So students in schools will also have circular economic growth, okay? In ways you try to encourage yourself to do and practice principles of circular economy, and also take people to home, making sure that you don't waste in the house, and if you have some things that you don't commonly use, try to find out how can we use this so that it's not just useless at home. So that's what she has said. Maybe I have quickly switched over. I want to quickly switch to Mr. Cheyenne now because there's a question for you, sir. In the course of the discussion, you raised the issue of agriculture and you mentioned rain-fed agriculture. So the audience here is asking, if you don't use rain for agriculture, what do you use? Right. What are the alternatives? We know that we can no longer rely on rainfall. What then do you do? Okay, so I come back to Sandra. Mr. Did you get the question, sir? I didn't feedback from you.
But I think the question was to the other speaker, right?
The second speaker, Mr. The question is, if you don't rely on water, what else do you do for agriculture? If you don't rely on rainfall, what else do you rely on? Or how then do you provide water for agriculture? And maybe how sustainable is that? So are there current practice in Nigeria or anywhere in Africa?
Okay, so what is you asking what is the role of agriculture or the importance of sustainable agriculture in Africa, and particularly in Nigeria? Is that? Oh, if rainfall is not relying on for agriculture, what can be used? Yeah, that's an issue. I think there is the need of strong strategies to save water and find ways as much as possible to be effective with the water, and also try to use crops that are not so demanding in water. So sustainable agriculture, once again, must be seen in a holistic way. Try to respect the needs of the local climate. I mean, the needs of the soil, like, for example, don't use sand soil where water cannot be retained. Also use crops that are so demanding in water, and also find strategies to save the water for the times when there is no water. So what I mean, we need to see all these issues in an holistic way, when all the issues should be seen in an integrative way. Using precision agriculture should be practiced, of course. New technologies in agriculture, and nowadays there are a lot of work that being developed to, as much as possible, use agriculture within new technologies, when you only had water when is needed, according to artificial intelligence systems. And also, just one more thing, we know that agriculture is very important for the local economy. And this can also be seen as an economic an issue. Oh, now maybe can answer.
So with rainwater harvesting, you can store water in a rainy season that you can now deploy in dry. We have somebody in the audience who would like to contribute to this discussion. Let me invite Mr. Simonke Olowo to the microphone. Yes.
Thank you so very much. I just wanted to help to answer some of the questions that the students are asking. Relating to Nigeria and Ibadan. Thank you. One of the questions is, if you don't use rainfall, what can you use? There are so many ways you can plant without depending on rainfall. There are so many systems in operation even right there in Ibadan that you can use. There's something called responsible drip irrigation, RODI. If you don't depend on rainfall, I hope we can all learn. If you don't, farmers now use the climate change. Now, all this, I'm sure many of these things that you've been sitting down there and you're wondering, what are we talking about? Somebody there thinking, what are they talking about? Do you understand? Because it's just a lot of English and, you'll be wondering, so, that kind of thing. Now, what we're talking about is climate change is real. Circularity is needed. And what is circularity? Circularity means zero waste. That's simply what it means in simple terms. Circularity means zero waste. It means that plants, animals, and humans, which are the three basic elements that makes up the environment. You are sitting here and sitting there. We are all in this environment, isn't it? And when you look around your environment, you will see plants, you will see animals, and you will see humans. These three are the basic elements that are living. Every other thing you see are non-living things, isn't it? Now, these three basic elements must live together in harmony without generating waste. If you look at the life of plants, plants are generating what we call waste, but they are actually not waste, because if you know what to do with the waste of plants, you will know that it can be used for something else. Let me give you a typical example of the plants. Cassava. If you look at the stem of cassava, the stem is gotten from harvesting cassava, isn't it? But the stem that they harvested, what would they use it for again? They will use it to replant. Now, that cassava you just finished harvesting now. When you peel the cassava, do you throw the peels away? So you use the peels for something else. Now, that cassava that you just finished peeling, when you wash it and you take out the water, do you waste the water? That water is used for something else. That is starch, isn't it? Now, if you break down that cassava and you grind it, and you want to use it for food, do you waste any part of it? Even the sheep that you remove from the cassava, something else will still eat it, isn't it? That is a typical example of circularity. When you look at that cassava plant, nothing in that cassava plant is going to waste. Even the that piece of cassava is actually vegetable, that is very delicious in your empathy. It is not a waste. So when you look at cassava, when you look at palm, when you look at your flowers, if they die and they are on the ground, if you gather them together, you put them somewhere, they can become compost. Isn't it? It means that for every plant, there is no waste. So let's look at animal. When you have chicken, chicken will poop every day, isn't it? You know that poop is not a waste. What is it? You take that waste, it is manure back for the plant, isn't it? It's not yet over. When you finish eating the chicken and you want to eat the chicken, you know that the feathers of the chicken are useful. The feathers of the chicken is feather milk. It is a nutrient. It is used in manure for your plants. The blood that you take out of that chicken, it is not a waste. It is used to do blood meal for the plants. The intestines of the chicken, when you take them out, they are not waste. The fishes will eat it. So if you look at the life cycle of the chicken, is there any waste? That means that is circularity. So do you understand what circularity means now? No waste anywhere. Now let's look at our human beings. Oh, you know that I said human beings, she said, because that is the exact thing. So ask yourself, you're waking up this morning at 5 a.m., how many waste have you generated? You ask yourself, because it is when we begin to take audits of our waste, the amount of waste we are generating every day. Human beings, we are the superior being. When you look at plants and animals and humans, which one of them are superior? The humans, and we that we are the superior, we are the one that is happening the whole issue. Because plants are not making waste, animals are not making waste. When we are talking about waste that is dangerous, that is not sustainable, now another word that I want you to take away from here is sustainability. What is that second word? I've explained circularity for you, isn't it? Circular economy means zero waste. Now let's take sustainability. What is the meaning of sustainability? In simple terms, me, I'm standing here in 2022. I'm enjoying something. Sustainability means, as I'm enjoying that thing, I should not forget the people that are going to come in 2050, in 2070, so that they can also enjoy that same thing that I'm enjoying. You get that? Let me take it again. I'm enjoying a particular resource now. I'm enjoying a particular material now, and I'm in 2022, isn't it? When I think about it, that thing that I'm enjoying, people coming, children that my children's children are going to be born. You're going to get married very soon. One day, you are going to give birth to children, your children are going to give birth to children, and your children's children are going to give birth to children also. So what you are enjoying now, those children, will they also enjoy it? No, they cannot, they may not. Let me give you a typical example. You are going to buy land. Some of us have land already. Immediately you buy your land, what is the first thing you will do? You will clear. Before you make condition, you must clear.
Can we begin to round up?
So, you will take that land, you buy that land, and you clear. Immediately you clear. What is the need of clearing? You have cut down trees. Those trees that you cut down, somebody planted it 50 years ago. When you cut it down, you plant another one. There's a prediction that says by 2050 there will be more plastics in the ocean than fishes. My own prediction is by 2070, by 2030, there will be no more trees. We will be showing trees to our children in the books. Because if you cut down and you don't plant again, there won't be any. So there are so many processes that is available now that you can use to plant using irrigation. Some of them are NFTs, some of them are RDIs, drip irrigation. There's a pipe that you can connect to each of your plants that can be dropping water for your plants, and they will not waste water. You know, normally when rain falls, rain will fall, excess water will go away, isn't it? If you have a plant and rain falls, excess water will go on that plant and the remaining will waste. But in that other option that we have, no water will waste. So if you want to see that, it's available there in the bottom. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you for your patience, Sandra and Relay. Mr. Relay, while you were away, we actually called on you and thank God, Mrs. Ajimote, who very intervened. There's a question that if there's no, you said that rain is unstable. We cannot rely on rain, and therefore, the students are asking, what do we rely upon? And Mr. Loboke has given us sufficient examples of what to do. But I guess we still want to contribute to that, maybe quickly, because of our time. Then I'll come back to Sandra to wrap up. Can you promote, please, Mr. Ile? Are you still there?
You are calling me, not me, right? You have unmuted your, you need to unmute the micro.
I just want to ask, what would be, since we already know now that so many countries, and even the so-called developed countries, still want to be ready for a university without walls. What should we be doing as individuals, as pressure group, as NGOs, to ensure that, because this is the future, as we have predicted. So what do we need to do to ensure that, again, we are not aware when the reality is on us? What should we be doing now to propose circular economy in the universities and in our communities? Your closing remarks, please.
Yes, I think we need at universities to disseminate the work that we have been doing, not being restricted only within our research, our thesis, and then put them in a shelf or in the computer, but to show the results at the community. That's when we say open the walls, is to communicate and also disseminate the work that we are doing with the community, because we are working to the community, so they need to learn. It's also a way we can find the ways to disseminate information that we are doing, but doing in a, that's why we call it a communication of science, and use this communication and to find ways that the community understand what we are saying in this way, not just doing reports, research reports that, or even papers that no one will understand or have access. We need to do this communication to the community. And this example of this lady, this teacher, trying to find ways to communicate what is circular economy was amazing. Sorry, it's my dog. I think I answered to your question.
Yes, please. So, on behalf of Images Initiative and Mr. Pete, we want to thank you very much for taking time out to address us this important occasion of Circularity Africa 2022. I shall be in touch with you again on further collaboration. And there are also researchers in the room who would like to partner with you in many areas, or if there are collaborations that we need Africans to join your team, please do not hesitate to let us know. We have a critical mass now of people who are already thinking of circular economy in the continent, so when others are yet to come to the realization of this. So thank you very much, Sandra. You can stay and listen, or otherwise you are free to go and maybe the judge doesn't need the attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for giving.
We want your closing remarks because we are running ahead of time. I'm behind time now.
Okay. Thank you very much again. I hope you can hear me because it's a bit fuzzy, but hello? Hello?
Hello, you are clear.
Okay, yeah. So, well, in my closing remarks, I just want to say that first of all, I'm actually very excited at the audience that you brought there. I mean, I saw a lot of I hope I'm right, a lot of secondary school students there. I mean, that for me is quite exciting. And the way that it has been broken down to these students, I'm talking of the secondary school students there, we've dropped something in them this morning that they can easily take away. And it starts from there. I'm glad that Sandra mentioned that the ivory tower, as we say here, the research, a lot of work that they are doing in this respect of sustainability needs to be brought out to the policy makers. Don't get despondent or tired that, oh, when we go to them, nothing is done. We say this all I mean, I work in the environment with a lot of policymakers. I work across 6 Southwest states as an example. And I know how frustrating it can be at times to get things done. But what we don't do is give up. And we have realized over the years that by the time you keep knocking on that door and you don't relent, you get things done eventually. For some of our policymakers, they only need to understand that, make them understand that this is urgent and imminent. Once you can make them understand that, at some point, they will start listening to you. I know that a lot of our academicians, they don't have that patience to deal with policymakers in government. But I will implore you that don't give up. You just have to have that patience, because the danger is there. What we must not do is throw up our arms in the air and do nothing. Doing nothing is no longer a solution. We must be there, put ourselves about among the policy makers. That's why I'm excited that, again, you've brought in those young minds there who can easily be the ones to tell their parents at home, Mom, you only need 1 carrier bag. What do you need 2 for? As an example, it must sound basic, but trust me, it starts from there. So I'm glad that I've been also invited to participate here, and we look forward to further collaboration going forward. Thank you very much indeed.
A round of applause for a very short notice to attend this meeting. It shows that you actually have a lot of regard for the country and the continent. And we just look so well in your office. And again, you relate more with the policymakers. We are in the academia, but we have learned today that we need to collaborate across the border. There should be no wars, okay? And we should work with the communities. And you are already working with communities, so we can join you in making this continent the country that we say we have. Ladies and gentlemen, that's about what we can take on the keynote and the discussion following. I know we still have a lot of sessions. Right now, we'll break for group photo, and when we come back at the top of it, we shall be having overview of research on e-waste in Nigeria. That comes together as a society as the one we look at. But before we go, I'd like to go ask that image is called with what? Image, 2 images. So when you see a lot of people, 1 + 1 is 2, right? You put plural S, right? If it's 1,000, you still don't put 900 S. It's still 1 S you put. So we are a lot, you are part of us. So it gives me a pleasure to recognize the chairman of the board of trustees of Images Initiative, Ambassador. Well, is this still in the room? But that's it. Ambassador Ademola Oluseyi Onofo. Yeah. Okay, yeah, stepped out. Okay. Yes, I also have some of my mentors in the room. Let me recognize them. Let me stand up. I have Professor Oyeroke Odmola here. She's been with us since Monday when we started. Applause for her. One of our mentors, one like father and everything to me, Professor Bolade Wahab is here. I've already recognized this. So, any other person that makes you are really group photograph. So let's go out for group photograph. I will come back to continue the session on energy. Okay, we have 10 minutes to do that. Okay, thank you.
Who thought that teenagers who knew nothing about aviation could build a plane and it could be perfectly safe, and it is going to fly from Cape Town to Cairo? I'm Agnes Kamogetse Siamela, and I built the beautiful wings on this plane, and I also built the center fuselage, and I also built the horizontal and the vertical stabilizer.
First they thought that the plane won't fly, it's just a model. My name is Resego Moroka and I'm 18 years old, and I built the central fuselage, which is known as the cockpit. It's over here.
My name is Lesego Mahlodi Ngwasheng. I am 16 years old. So this part that sticks up is what I was actually building. Because we live in a society that's so stereotypical, especially when it comes to teenagers, a lot of people were actually shocked, like, what are they doing? This was just a dream. It was going to fail.
It took us 10 days to build this plane. It was very difficult because you had to read from engineering manuals, and you need to have a 3D type of brain to be able to see what you're doing.
Building this airplane was not an easy task at all. It came with a lot of challenges, mostly because it was the first time holding, some of the tools that we were using to build this airplane.
The challenges that I faced was teamwork. But then I learned that if I can change my point of view, my own perspective, I can work in a team.
So we're going to be flying this plane from Cape Town to Cairo. Then we're going to be flying that tens and thousands of kilometers. I don't even know how much it is.
I've always wanted to become a commercial pilot, but this project has helped me realize that there are other things in aviation besides just flying an airplane.
I would like to tell my peers and youth and everyone, if we can build a plane, you can build a spaceship. You can do whatever you want to do.
Have you ever seen plants grow like this? There's no need for soil or even hydroponic tanks. These roots are just dangling in hollow tubes. Aeroponic farming is a process by which plants are able to absorb nutrients using only water and open air. And this surprising approach can save huge amounts of water and space compared to traditional farming practices, allow crops to grow in areas lacking resources or arable land, and even create more nutrient-dense produce. To learn more about this exciting field, BuzzFeed News reached out to Agrotonomy Tower Farms to get the inside scoop on vertical farming.
With aeroponics, the roots are hanging in the air. There is a reservoir at the base, which is filled with water and nutrients. There is a little pump inside that reservoir, which basically helps the water to go all the way on top of the tower, and then it drizzles down back onto the roots on its way back down, so the water goes back in the reservoir. The roots that are hanging in the air, they have 100% availability of oxygen. So it changes the whole paradigm of farming, because instead of us giving the right amount of nutrients to each plant, it's each plant that decides how much nutrients they need, because they have enough oxygen for that to be a reality. Big perk of this technology is that it's extremely versatile. We can do it outdoors, we can have them inside the greenhouse, or we can even have them indoors, just only with LED lights. It doesn't matter that your climate is like this, doesn't matter the soil is being deprived from nutrients or that you don't have water. We can produce right on the spot. Before I did this, I had an organic farm between California and Hawaii for 29 years. But in today's climate conditions, it doesn't matter how good you are. That's one of the reasons why I exceeded conventional farming, because the last year I was involved in farming 1 week of extreme heat, just 1 week in February, and we lost just 82% of our strawberry production. The concept of a green thumb doesn't exist with this technology. We have a non-profit organization where we also set up this type of systems for orphanages. I cannot go to an orphanage and give them a piece of land and a tractor and tell them, and here are a few seeds, go grow some food, because it's a profession. But a tower farm, I can go anywhere around the world. I can set it up overnight. I can train people that have absolutely no experience in farming, zero. Within a couple of days, I know that they have food for the year to come.
Fun fact, planet Earth is 4.5 billion years old. Mankind, about 140,000 years old. Let me put that in perspective. If you condense the Earth's lifespan into 24 hours, that's one full day, then we have been here on this planet for, drum roll please, 3 seconds. 3 seconds. And look what we've done. We have modestly named ourselves Homo sapiens, meaning wise man. But is man really so wise? Smart, yes, and it's good to be smart, but not too smart for your own good. Yes, we have split the atom. Yes, we build clever machines that navigate the universe in search of new homes, but at the same time, those atoms we split created nuclear warfare. In our quest to explore the galaxy, rejects and neglects the home that we have here now, so no, that cannot be wisdom. Wisdom is different. While intelligence speaks, wisdom listens, and we willingly covered our ears to Mother Nature's screams and closed our eyes to all of her help-wanted signs. Wisdom knows that every action has an equal and opposite reaction, so if we were wise, we would not be shocked when we see storms that are stronger than ever before, or more drought, hurricanes, and wildfire than ever before, because there's more pollution than ever before, more carbon, more trees cut down than ever before. At a record pace, we have increased the extinction of animals by 1,000 times the normal rate. What a feat. In the next 10 to 100 years, every beloved animal character in every children's book is predicted to go extinct. Lions gone, rhinos gone, tiger, gorilla, elephant, polar bear gone. In 3 seconds. Species that have been here longer than us will be gone because of us. In this 3 seconds. In an existence shorter than a Vine video, we turn the circle of life into our own personal conveyor belt. Somebody, anybody help. We were given so much, the only planet in this solar system with life. I mean, we are 1 in a million. No, actually, scientifically, we are 1 in a billion, trillion. That's a 1 followed by 33 zeros. And I don't want to get too spiritual, but how are we not a miracle? We are perfectly positioned to the sun so we don't burn, but not too distant so we don't turn to ice. Goldilocks said it best, we are just right. This paradise where we are given medicine from trees, not coincidentally, but because like the song says, we are family. Literally, everything, every species is connected genetically, from the sunflower to the sunfish. And this is what we must recognize before it's too late, because the real crisis is not global warming, environmental destruction, or animal agriculture. It is us. These problems are symptoms of us, byproducts of us. Our inner reflection, loss of connection has created this misdirection. We have forgotten that everything contributes to the perfection of Mother Nature. Corporations keep us unaware and disconnected, but they have underestimated our strength. Contrary to popular belief, millions are waking up out of their sleep, seeing our home being taken right up under our feet. We cannot allow our history to be written by the wicked, greedy, and loony. It is our duty to protect Mother Nature from those who refuse to see her beauty. Call me crazy, but I believe we should have the right to eat food that's safe, with ingredients we can pronounce. Drink water that is clean, marvel at trees, breathe air free of toxins. These are natural rights, not things that can be bargained for in Congress. See, they want you to feel powerless, but it has been said that something as small as the flutter of a butterfly's wing can cause a typhoon halfway around the world. Well, when enough people come together, we too will make waves and wash the world into a new era filled with love and connection, freedom for all without oppression. But it is up to you, yes, you watching this behind this screen, to make the effort, because time is of the essence, and only together can we make it to the 4th second. We can no longer rely on those who have polluted our air, water, and sea for a solution. There will be no Iron Man coming with a super technological fix to save the world. In fact, we cannot save the world, but we can recreate the world. We must do something about our trees. Trees are so important to this planet. Destroying them is causing more than 7 billion tons of greenhouse gas emissions each year. If we don't stop the destruction of the world's forests, we will not be able to solve climate change, period. For the past year, I've been supporting Stand for Trees, a platform that puts the power of change back into the hands of the people. They allow you to take responsibility for your carbon footprint and directly protect the threatened forests, forest communities, and wildlife of the world. If millions of us support Stand for Trees right now, we could actually do something about climate change and environmental destruction. Only through the collective actions of us all will we have a future full of forests, forests that are full of life, and a planet that is full of harmony. Please join me and go to standfortrees.org to save a forest and to save our future. Fun fact, planet Earth is 4.5 billion years old. Mankind, about 140,000 years old. Let me put that in perspective. If you condense the Earth's lifespan into 24 hours, that's one full day, then we have been here on this planet for, drum roll please, 3 seconds. 3 seconds. And look what we've done. We have modestly named ourselves Homo sapiens, meaning wise man. But is man really so wise? Smart, yes, and it's good to be smart, but not too smart for your own good. Yes, we have split the atom. Yes, we build clever machines that navigate the universe in search of new homes, but at the same time, those atoms we split created nuclear warfare. In our quest to explore the galaxy, rejects and neglects the home that we have here now, so no, that cannot be wisdom. Wisdom is different. While intelligence speaks, wisdom listens, and we willingly covered our ears to Mother Nature's screams and closed our eyes to all of her help-wanted signs. Wisdom knows that every action has an equal and opposite reaction, so if we were wise, we would not be shocked when we see storms that are stronger than ever before, or more drought, hurricanes, and wildfire than ever before, because there's more pollution than ever before, more carbon, more trees cut down than ever before. At a record pace, we have increased the extinction of animals by 1,000 times the normal rate. What a feat. In the next 10 to 100 years, every beloved animal character in every children's book is predicted to go extinct. Lions gone, rhinos gone, tiger, gorilla, elephant, polar bear gone. In 3 seconds. Species that have been here longer than us will be gone because of us. In this 3 seconds. In an existence shorter than a Vine video, we turn the circle of life into our own personal conveyor belt. Somebody, anybody help. We were given so much, the only planet in this solar system with life. I mean, we are 1 in a million. No, actually, scientifically, we are 1 in a billion, trillion. That's a 1 followed by 33 zeros. And I don't want to get too spiritual, but how are we not a miracle? We are perfectly positioned to the sun so we don't burn, but not too distant so we don't turn to ice. Goldilocks said it best, we are just right. This paradise where we are given medicine from trees, not coincidentally, but because like the song says, we are family. Literally, everything, every species is connected genetically, from the sunflower to the sunfish. And this is what we must recognize before it's too late, because the real crisis is not global warming, environmental destruction, or animal agriculture. It is us. These problems are symptoms of us, byproducts of us. Our inner reflection, loss of connection has created this misdirection. We have forgotten that everything contributes to the perfection of Mother Nature. Corporations keep us unaware and disconnected, but they have underestimated our strength. Contrary to popular belief, millions are waking up out of their sleep, seeing our home being taken right up under our feet. We cannot allow our history to be written by the wicked, greedy, and loony. It is our duty to protect Mother Nature from those who refuse to see her beauty. Call me crazy, but I believe we should have the right to eat food that's safe, with ingredients we can pronounce. Drink water that is clean, marvel at trees, breathe air free of toxins. These are natural rights, not things that can be bargained for in Congress. See, they want you to feel powerless, but it has been said that something as small as the flutter of a butterfly's wing can cause a typhoon halfway around the world. Well, when enough people come together, we too will make waves and wash the world into a new era filled with love and connection, freedom for all without oppression. But it is up to you, yes, you watching this behind this screen, to make the effort, because time is of the essence, and only together can we make it to the 4th second. We can no longer rely on those who have polluted our air, water, and sea for a solution. There will be no Iron Man coming with a super technological fix to save the world. In fact, we cannot save the world, but we can recreate the world. We must do something about our trees. Trees are so important to this planet. Destroying them is causing more than 7 billion tons of greenhouse gas emissions each year. If we don't stop the destruction of the world's forests, we will not be able to solve climate change, period. For the past year, I've been supporting Stand for Trees, a platform that puts the power of change back into the hands of the people. They allow you to take responsibility for your carbon footprint and directly protect the threatened forests, forest communities, and wildlife of the world. If millions of us support Stand for Trees right now, we could actually do something about climate change and environmental destruction. Only through the collective actions of us all will we have a future full of forests, forests that are full of life, and a planet that is full of harmony. Please join me and go to standfortrees.org to save a forest and to save our future.
I know students like to rap, Rap, yeah? Right? Okay, I mean, we can do what they are just done. We're going to run a competition like that. I like that documentary, and students can do something like that instead of putting things. Yeah, they can put positive things in their mind. So maybe sometimes we come to your school, we'll play the video again, and we ask you to react, then we have a competition, something like that. So if you're able to convince people around you with this type of music, I think it's more productive than others. So, we're going to take a session on e-waste, although we took that yesterday, and the presenter is not available. To invite one of my good mentors, very supportive. I don't know why. Sometimes people are I don't know, they just don't follow me. It's like when you're on Facebook, I don't know why, but I think it's something incredible they have seen in me that I do. I don't know, but I'm not trying to fulfill my passion. Just do certain things. Maybe I'm of the old generation, so you have more of my friends and mentors are of the old generation. So maybe they feel that this one is like us. Okay, much of that. So I have the pleasure to introduce Professor Bolale Wahab. Is the Dean of the Faculty of Environmental Sciences, Department of Urban Regional Planning. They also have a Department of Architecture. From maybe you can tell, no, because we have students here. No, one of the attractions to secondary school, I told them yesterday, is that because I grew up in the village, I didn't know that when people finish from secondary school, there's another school to go. Okay? Until my brother who was in the university came to the village and told me, what are you going to do in the secondary school? I said, I'm in the university. I said, is there another school to go to? At that time, nobody in my secondary school has ever gone anywhere after secondary school. So I didn't even know there would be somewhere else to go. And because he was studying agricultural extension in the university, he said, yeah, you can also study agricultural economics. So it's extension economics. So when he was finishing 500 level, I was in 100 level. So, but I don't want, my passion is that everything that is wrong that I went through, I don't want the younger generation to go through. So I try to use my own life to correct some of those things that I went through. So that's the attraction to secondary school. So I want to introduce to the secondary school the idea of going to the university and the type of thing they will do in the university. Now, many people who go to university, if they don't have orientation about what they want to study, they just go there and this way. Okay? So if you are here now listening, maybe perhaps one of you will be encouraged to go and study something that they will present to us, because it's the day of that faculty. So without much ado, I'd like to introduce to you my mentor, Professor Bolale Wahab, who will be talking to us about some of the things we have discussed: agricultural waste, e-waste. He has done a lot of study on urban agriculture. Maybe he has 30 minutes to thereabout to say something. can come to the center since they are not making any presentation. So, I want to
Thank you very much, Dr. Wadelaide, for this opportunity for me to address this audience. It's nice seeing one of you this morning. I had thought I would be here from the beginning of the conference, but I had some other official engagements. As he introduced, I am Olaniwa Dean of the Faculty of Environmental Design and Management, Environmental Design and Management at the University of Ibadan. It's a young faculty, but it has about 4 programs at the moment. The oldest program is Urban and Regional Planning. Urban and Regional Planning is what people refer to as town planning. So you may not have heard urban and regional planning, but you are likely to have heard about town planning. All of you here, one time or the other, in passing through areas in town, you will have seen some buildings with red X. Some buildings that are marked with red X. Yes, that is the handiwork of town planners. Town planners are those who are trained to control development in all settlements, villages, small towns, cities, mega cities. So you are not supposed to build any structure without obtaining planning approval. When you do, then the town planners will come after you and put red X, saying this is a contravention, this is illegal. Pull it down or rectify the faults. So they are the policemen, if you like, when it comes to development. Okay, and not many people like town planners because they don't allow them to do what they want to do. But then why would any town planner allow a member of the public to build across roads, which is providing access to people, or build on river banks or drainage channels? We have experienced a lot of flooding. Flooding is when you have excess rainwater, that is in block, and then it has no thorough passage, then it flows everywhere, and they destroy people, sweep people away, and so on. So it's a responsibility of the town planners. So students, when you grow up after your secondary school, some of you may want to take to town planning. Town planning is a noble profession, highly respected. Everywhere in the world, you have divisions and departments of town planning to control development, to ensure that the welfare of people is promoted at any point in time. Look at people building under high tension power lines. It's illegal. Some planners will not allow you to do that because of the danger of electrocution. People build next to rail lines, not minding the vibrations and the accidental runoff of all of this. So town planning, after you to take to town planning, you have to be good in mathematics, English language, geography, then any other 2 subjects, including from economics, literature, and all of this. But essentially, mathematics, English language, geography. If you have biology, you have physics, you have technical drawing, yes, you are doing it. Okay. So I will encourage any of you, or as many, to take to town planning. Then we also have architecture. Architecture is another course. What do the architects do? They draw plans of buildings. If you want to put up a house, you need an architect. to draw it for you. And without that drawing, the town planners will not give you approval. So you need an architect to prepare your drawing. Architecture is a very noble profession. It's popular all over the world. Architects are doing very well. For architecture, you need to be good in the sciences. You have to be good in physics, technical drawing, English language, mathematics, you know, to put it. We have just commenced BSc in architecture. This is the fourth year now. BSc architecture is available right now. BSc estate management is another one. Estate management, what do they do? The estate managers or valuers are those people who help you to manage your property, your landed property. You have a shopping complex, you have some terraces and so on, residential property that you let out. They are the ones in charge. They can tell you the value of Cocoa House, for instance, now. You know, they help you to manage it, they help you to sell it. Estate management is another very good course which you can put in for. Okay. We also have another one, which is the pipeline, which is quantity surveying. Quantity surveying. Those who read quantity surveying, they are the ones who prepare bills costing. They help you to prepare the cost of a project. Okay, if you want to put up a 10-story building in Agbowo, for example, they will help you to do the costing. They will tell you how many millions of naira you require, how many bags of cement, how many loads of gravel. The details, they give you the details, the breakdown. They are very important when it comes to costing of projects. You know, bridges, anything that you want to construct, roads, you need them. So quantity survey is another good course that any of you want to put it for. But you also require physics, chemistry, mathematics, and English language to be able to do for that. Well, we have housing development also in my faculty, masters and PhD in housing development and management. That one is running for over 18 years now, and so on. So thank you very much for the opportunity for me to say this to you. I appreciate it a lot. So I want to see any of you in the next couple of years writing your job and putting it for urban and regional planning so that you become a town planner. Town planners are those who prepare drawings for villages, for small hamlets, for big towns, and so on. Without the town planners layout, okay, the architect will not have anything to work on. So first and foremost, the planners will have to prepare the layout. Of course, there's somebody, another profession that may work after the planners, the surveyors, land surveyors. We have not commenced that one, but the proposal is on, you know, to have land surveying introduced in faculty. Okay, thank you very much. Any questions on that from any of you? It's an opportunity for you students. Okay.
You can raise your hand if you want to ask questions.
Oh.
Yes.
Please.
My name is Babala Yanukos from Abadna, Damascus. You've now explained the meaning of housing development.
Oh, housing. Yes, it's a specialization in the environmental field. Housing, house. We all know what a house is. A house is a structure which provides shelter for humans, you know, from vagaries of weather, from the sun, from the rain. Even it protects you from predators, you know, animals and all of those things. It's a house, a structure, and it can be built of different materials. In the very beginning of civilization, the early man lived inside caves.
He will dig two holes and go in there. The hole that he has dug is the house, because it's providing shelter for him. But gradually we advance, and where we have at the moment is the house, because it's a four-wall structure which provides cover for us against from the rains and sun. A house is a structure which is built by humans. It could be built of mud. You know mud? Mud is clay, you know. It could be built of mud, and you have mud houses. People here in the valley, go to the center part of the valley, you have the inner door, you have mud houses. So if you have money, you can, instead of using mud, you use bricks, red bricks, or you use sandcrete blocks, sandcrete blocks. You can also use aluminum. Sometimes you can use a mixture of aluminum and glass and steel, especially if you are going story building. Okay. What purpose you want to use it for? Whether residential, place where you retire to after a day's work, or commercial, a place where you sell your products, or an office building where you do your office work, any form, or even religious, churches, the mosques, all of those are structures which people have built, you know, differently. Now, when you have built it, you need some professionals, people who are trained. Here, they are a bit different from the estate surveyors that I mentioned earlier. Okay, but the housing experts will help you in the development and further maintenance of your house or similar structures. So housing development, how do you develop a housing project? For instance, I got the GRA, you know, it's an asset, okay? You need to create people like that to help you involve it. You want to create a new estate. On the radio these days, you may have heard of several advertisements. People are advertising estates. They say, oh, we have land at, you know, Abadina. We have one at Monia, new estate. They call it different names. Okay, it's a group of houses, but 100, 150, and so on, with different facilities. So you need trained housing development and management experts to help you manage such large estates and to maintain them. So that's housing for you. Housing is a structure, a permanent structure. Sometimes it can be temporary. Depends, you know, because you have seen a number of structures built with plants, you know, purple here and there. Those ones are temporary, but they become more permanent, you know, along the line. People live in wooden apartments. Sabalala, are you okay? All right? Okay, thank you. Another hand is up.
My name is Aeroponics. I'm from Aeroponic Farming. Yes, I want to ask one question. There is this thing that used to be concern inside the developed area. There is this people that we used to call dark planning. They just come there and put red cross and say that come to our office. What is their aim and what is their plan and what are the jobs they are meant to do inside a new urban place? You just come and put red cross, come to our social place. What are they going to do? That's
whenever you see the red cross, the red place on any building, it shows that that structure is an illegal structure. That structure is a contravention. Contravention means you do something against the law. The law of development says before you can put your digger, you know, on the ground, you must have a permit. To the extent that even when you want to dig a well or borehole, The law says you must obtain permission from the town planning authority, but you hardly do that. People will build gigantic schools. There are many schools here in the valley without plans. They don't have drawings. They don't have permit. And that's why you have buildings that are constructed in digital zones, you know, like I said, on river banks, across streams and red lines, and on the roads and so on, so many conflicts. So, in where you describe Ibrahim, such buildings that are marked are contraventions, they are illegal, they are offenders, if you want me to use that word. Such buildings are offenders of the planning law. And so, whenever you see the red X, the owner of the building is expected to go to the town planning office to go and present his planning approval. If you have approval, you take it there, your drawings prepared by your architect, which was approved by the planning authority. Take it there. I have approved the building plan. Then they will examine it. And if they found it to be genuine, they will give you an apology. They will apologize to you. Sometimes, well, there can be mistakes sometimes. Okay, maybe the officer that came to mark that particular structure did not know that there was a planning application submitted to the office. Maybe it's a new person there. All right, it is your responsibility as the owner of the building to go with your evidence. Okay, this is my building plan. But in 90% of the cases, the owners of such structures never had any drawings prepared on that structure by the architect. And even when they had drawings, they never submitted it to the planning authority to examine it and issue official permit. So if you don't have that, the planning office will now say, okay, all right, go and prepare the necessary drawings. If what is on ground is approved favorable, for instance, if you have a plot of land, you cannot build 100% of that space. No. No. The maximum you can build is 50%. Half of your plot is what the structure should occupy. The remaining 50% is supposed to be for circulation. How can you be in your compound and there will be space for you to wash clothes, to dry your clothes, for cars to move in, you know, for you to plant some flowers and fruits so that you can have fresh air and so on? Many people will build the entire plot. They will even exceed it, build up to the road, and so on, and there's conflict all the time. So that is why town planning is regulated. We are talking of climate change. There are many houses, and very many houses are in it, that no single blade of grass grows within the compound because there's no space. You build this home, and then in the night you are sweating. See the weather now, it's so hot everywhere. That is why you must submit your plan to town planning authority and follow the rules. Don't build more than 50% of your plot. Please tell your parents when you get home. You need space to plant flowers, to plant okra, and a few things within the compound, and allow fresh air to come in. You know. So, Abraham, are you okay with my explanation? All right, thank you. Okay, welcome back. Another yes, yes. Okay. No. Thank you. It's the main professor has slated me the first instance. I'm so happy about what you said. The reason why I say that, I'll let you know. Planning, like you rightly said, has a lot more to do with security and aesthetics. If you build your house without the proper approval of the town planner, you've seen houses collapsing because they were not checked by a town planner. Or where the town planner approves for you build 10 stories, you take it to 25. I mean, the soil test they did there does not approve of 25, and the house ultimately collapsed. When you are building your house, you demand that you have an alternative door, security door, staircase, not just one staircase, space that expire, block it that place. How do you get out? You've seen road constructions where people's homes were killed, were cut off halfway or removed completely because they did not have planning and cover. To cut the long story short, I grew up around the drawing board. In my family, I'm an aberration. The person I called that, my uncle, was the first architect in this country, or not uncle. FC101, and he was the first town planner and the first civil engineer. I can show you the photograph of the code. I grew up in the same house as the children are. My dad felt from break, PhD building, maybe, and everything architecture. Architect Balogun, who was head of architecture in the Nigerian University Commission, is an architect. And so on. In fact, yesterday I was at an architectural farm, just discussing about the tools of the farm. Architecture, young children, here present, architecture, town planning are very fanciful and very successful careers. Through town planning, following my dad about, I got to know Gomosho when I was a kid. I got to know so many places in Western Nigeria, but that doesn't mean that I knew the role of Eastern Nigeria as a young man. Because the master plan for 5 towns in old Eastern Nigeria were done by, I knew all those towns one by one. We got a place in Aladima Estate, in Owerri, and it's a great exposure. And a lot of money came in from that practice, that we all went to very comfortable schools, and so many other architects and town planners were also opportune through that same bank account to acquire. ABU was the only university then offering architecture before UNILAG joined. They all went there on scholarship, and we used to do vacation job in our practice. I fell in the layout challenge where I grew up. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you, Honorable Ambassador, sir.
Ambassador to sound louder applause.
Yeah. So much, Prof. You said something now that I was telling my colleague, I said, wow, that your course has even incorporated, like you said, climate change. Because how can you say build 50% of your land? And you know what? Our parents have been doing those things before. Because, you know, at your backyard, you see okra, vegetable, mango, you know, trees. You know, like when I was here, you know, there are houses that we used to climb the trees, small shrubs, you don't like those, but you know they are all around. So let's give Prof another round of applause. Thank you so much for that enlightenment. Please let me give the mic to the next person that wants to ask the question.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Salaji Paul Agapote. Thank you all for the eye-opening you've given to us this afternoon. My concern is about the soil where the land where buildings are erected. I don't know whether it's the town planner or within the environments that are in charge of the soil texture. We have heard of buildings that are built on the past dump sites, and they claim to have approvals. And after about 10 to 15 years, it starts to cave. Although there were signals and whatever, but people took over the politics and eventually it collapsed. Who are those support? Who are the what called authority concerned? What do they do? You go to the town planners to tell them that where you are building, who approves that? Is it part of the approval? It's the sector of the land.
Thank you very much. That's an interesting one, Ladiko. I assure you that town planning is a discipline that is cross-disciplinary. It takes from architecture, a bit from land surveying, a bit from country surveying, a bit from biology, a bit from chemistry, and so on. That's why you have to be good in all those subjects for you to be a successful planner. You have to also take courses in civil engineering, even electrical, because we are supposed to have an idea of how electrical conduits and all of those things are installed in buildings. For you to be able to certify that the application being submitted to you can promote health and safety of residents in them. We have what we call environmental impact analysis report. If you want to build even a bungalow in Nigeria, the Nigerian Urban and Regional Planning Law stipulates that you have to have environmental impact analysis report attached to the architectural drawing which you will submit. That will go through a lot of elements and items, including soil. What is the soil like on the plot where you want to build? With the texture, will it support the weight of the structure you want to put up? You have to talk about the surrounding. Under that, you have another one, SARA, Site Analysis Report and Planning, will also need to be prepared. You have to state the surrounding uses. This room is your plot, okay, maybe 50 meters by 30 meters. When you have prepared the EIA on it, you also have to prepare site analysis report, the surrounding of the plot. What is it like? What is it being used for? Is it a sawmill that is next to you? Is it a quarry? Is it a concrete? Is it a school where people will be making noise and so on, and then disturbing the resident? Is the next property, is it a religious building where they will be doing preaching? And then the residents of the plot which you want to develop will not have a good thing? Or is it a market? So those two reports are very critical. And unless you submit them, the planning authority will not approve. And for the EIA, for example, it's not only the soil that you will deal with, even the air around. You have to describe the wind pattern, the rain pattern, all of those things, very comprehensive. But in most cases, some people, developers, especially the money bags, who are supposed to lead the campaign, they are the ones that flout it because of their influence. They flout it. I know of a senator, and I won't mention where, who has so many hotels, so many commercial, high-rise commercial development, and no single financial for it, because it's the senator of the republic, of the federal republic. Very straightforward indeed. Those are the issues. So there are exceptions, unlawful exceptions. People use their connection. Oh, well, I'm the friend of the government, so nobody can challenge me. And then the planning officer goes there and marks such a building, mark it red. The next thing will be a phone call will be put across to the director of town planning to say, look, take your voice, the most popular, hands off that. And if you don't want the commissioner under whom you are serving to serve you, you have to fight them. These are the evils that are coming around. And that's why we have, like Ambassador said, you have incidents of building collapse. You are given permit to construct only a 3-floor building, 3-floor structure, because the soil has been found not to have the capacity to support anything higher. But then you say, Lago, Mawako, floor meter. Let's go up there. Then you take it to 510. And unfortunately, you will use standard building materials. They still cut short on the type of material. Where you're supposed to use a half-inch rod, you use a quarter, and so on and so forth. So lawlessness is a major constraint to effective town planning practice. Town planners, they are allowed to do responsibility, but they are handicapped. They are not allowed to the free hand to work the way they can. People use politics, they use connection. Oh, before you know it, your pastor will just give you a call to say, Mr. Lamani, because let us see, they may report you to your imam, and then you just see the call. I mean, in this country, we have problems. We have problems. So they don't allow the law to work. And that's why, in the Bible, between 1931 and now, we've had, 1902, we've had more than 21 incidences of flooding in the Bible, because I had the opportunity of documenting all of this. And what are the usual causes? The major are anthropological, anthropogenic, human-induced factors. People build on drainage channels, they build on it. And water, you will find it waste. And then everything along this course is just pulling down. People also dump waste here and there. These are the issues. So let us give town planning a chance to create the healthy environment that we all desire. Thank you, Dr. I like your something. I grew up I'm a village man, I always say, Dr. If I like to know, I'm a village man, I grew up in the village. And I grew up in a compound system. In Yoruba land, the residential compound is our trademark. And the people of the past, they have knowledge. This is what we call indigenous knowledge systems. It's a program under the Center for Sustainable Development, where Dr. Laide is the indigenous knowledge system. They have studied the environment and so on. And they came up with an architectural device that you have to have a central open space surrounded by your mud buildings. That central place is what we call courtyard. And in that courtyard, you have herbal plants, yes, lemongrass, orombo, simple peregu will be planted within the courtyard. And then there will be a tree that will provide shade for everybody. That is climate change thing, I tell you. I mean, they are usually evergreen trees. They don't plant trees that will shed its leafy devices. No. All year round trees, and all of those things. And in the process, if somebody is still midnight, he has stomach upset. The Baba will just come out of his room into the courtyard and pluck April and Orombo and something else. And you take it. Within 2 hours, you're okay. Unlike now, tell me how many houses have plants or not a lot of trees. I live in one estate here in Ibadan in 1990. And there were 8-story buildings, rental housing, and not a single blade of grass is found in the entire estate, all concrete. I tell you, I was there in the dry season. I moved there in the dry season. Oh God, we were always on the veranda at night. Everybody, including you come to the veranda because the inside of the room was usually unbearable. The heat was terrible. It would take up to 1 a.m. before the temperature cools down enough for you to go inside your room. Tell me, is that life? What kind of life is that? And it's because the new plan, we have petitioned the traditional system of house building and planning. The petition, we thought those people were stupid, they are too primitive and so on. That's what I hate. I don't use it though, don't use such words. They are great people as far as I'm concerned. So, and let us do that. If we don't want to have a courtyard type any longer, let us make sure we leave enough space within our compound to plant some grains. In my house, I have, well, my house is a compound type because I have courtyard there. And then I have 4 palm trees planted. Yes, and I harvest palm nuts almost every 2 months. And I process the palm nuts into palm oil. In my house, we have not bought palm oil in the last 16 years. Yes, the palm tree, yeah, gives us the palm nut. Apart from the cool environment that it gives to us, that's there and so on. Apart from the aesthetics, makes the compound look cool and inviting, not the harsh look that you find around. I also have 2 coconut trees, so that I can chop coconut dry like it. I have bitter leaf plants, at least 4 of them, and my neighbors usually come every day to pluck my bitter leaf. I have given them pieces to go and plant. They are lazy. Some of them don't have the space because they have flood with concrete. Somebody attempted he had a plastic bucket and put soil there. I thought that then the planted is Italy. I have all of those. I have lemongrass. I have a ruwa. All of those I have in just one plot because I built only on 50%. At the time, I also, my son, took interest in animal farming, and he asked me to buy rabbit, and I bought juvenile rabbit, and he started rearing and so on. And it became popular. We were using the droppings of the rabbits as manure, for all those plants. Come to me, have different branches of the This is waste management, household waste management, which I was initially going to talk about. Okay, each time we trim any of the flowers that I planted, we usually have put the trimmings in a digester. I constructed a plastic digester. Okay, so all the kitchen waste, jam peels, once you don't allow red oil to be into it, leftover of the back, leftover of the rice, just make sure there's no oil and there's no salt there. We put it into the digester. Okay? Also, orange peels, all of those. And just cut them into pieces. But don't throw the cup away. Cut it into pieces, put it in the digester, and then the enzymes will work on it. And what do you have back? You have biogas. Yes, I piped from my digester, I piped the biogas into my kitchen. I put a stove there. And so sometimes when either my wife or me are working soup and so on, and we run out of the normal supply of gas, we just switch on the one from my digester. I just put it over there. Yes, one of my stepsons who was in the grammar school, I detailed him to usually feed the digester. But when you want to start, you will need cow dung as first layer. You put cow dung in the digester as first layer to generate those worms that we work on. You can also put goat droppings. So those of you who rear goats, okay, just pack the droppings of the goats. Don't start throwing them around and defacing the environment. Okay, put them there. The rabbits, put their droppings there. Okay. I just bread. I just pour a cup, so just make sure you cut the away cup into pieces so that it will be easy for us to do. And they will then the first time you start it, you allow for 5 days, 5 to 10 days, allow the worms to. And once you have done that, it's only occasionally that you will need to put cow dung or goat dung. You can also put your chicken waste, how do you do it? So, for the kitchen, you want one. Put them, just construct a digester. If put it there, it will be generating gas for you. And it will also be generating slurry. Is it the get it? I'm saying it in Yoruba so that you can understand. The get it, that is your manure. Very rich. In fact, it's richer than any of this synthetic fertilizer. Put seed back to my plants. Back to my plants. So, in some ways, your kitchen waste should not be a waste anymore.
The richness of
the manure coming out of the vegetable as we are processed. Then I remember when I was growing up in the village, usually no toilet, no modern toilet, so not the apparatus. We usually will go to the bush, with our hoe and dig a hole, do the boo-boo inside the hole and cover it. After a while, we noticed that plants that were growing on those spots were evergreen. They were healthier and so on. So it means something different. And then the countdown. We have usually waste, from the surrounding was a good breeding ground for this what's that insect now? Bongo. Yeah, what's bongo now? Happens from wisdom. Very, very nutritional. How many people have eaten it? Oh, thank you very much. So nutritional. People, oh, you have been so, you have been eating it before. You have been. So you will have to say that in the house. Now, from that experience, we don't say, okay, how many of you have used pit toilet before? Pit latrine. Good. Now, if you have gone to your pit latrine early in the morning, if you have ever gone there, early in the morning, especially whether it has a cover or not, the heat that usually will come from the hole, how is it? Very hot. That is biogas. That is biogas. Gas. We are wasting gas. Free cooking gas. I know you want to believe, I know you want to find funny, and you may even say, no, we are not going to give for anything to use that to prepare. We now did carried out a research in Nairobi, and Taipei community. We looked at, we encouraged the community people to come together because they have problems with sanitation facilities, and they usually rely on their basic work for their cooking, which became very expensive for them. So we thought, okay, you like sanitation facilities. Yes, every one of you go to the toilet every day. Okay, we encourage them to construct what we call biocenter. You can log on the internet and look for it, biocenter, B-I-O center, biocenter. They are each latrines, who are connected with pipe. Okay, and for the central processing area. So the heat that is being generated in each of these pits were passing through the pipes that have been constructed. We now prepare a kitchen. So it goes into that kitchen, and everybody in that community comes to the kitchen to take boiled water, to cook their meals, to do all of this as a token. Because of that, many women did not have to spend more than a quarter of the normal time they were spending in cooking or in looking for they didn't have to. Yes, gas that is over the rising, very neat, very strong, and the environment became healthier. People didn't have to suffer all the kinds of ailments they were suffering before. I mean, the result of this research was presented in international conference of the International Society for Epidemiology, Environmental Epidemiology about 3 years ago. It was presented. What I'm trying to say here is this. Let us keep our environment cleaner by managing our waste, waste, human waste, by managing them more efficiently and in a more healthy manner. We can do this. So all the waste that you are getting in your kitchen, especially, can be turned into biogas to assist you in your cooking. And then you spend less money. In 12.5 kg of gas now, sells for 8,200 naira. 8,200 naira, if you want to fill your system at 12.5 kg, whereas you have what it takes to process your own biogas and to also do it slowly. Okay? And with that, you don't need to cover too much. So, human waste can be good, it can be handled that way, and your garden waste can also be processed along that way. Please, in your houses, plant trees if you don't have enough space. But when you are planting trees in your homes, you must take note of something. Make sure you consider the root system. Consider the root system of plants that you will want to grow in your homes. Okay, because there are adventitious roots of some foods, you know, they have adventitious roots and they can destroy your foundation. So you have to maintain adequate distance between the wall of your building and where the tree will go. But if it's taproot, you hardly will not have any problem. I lost one sweet orange to that before. You know, I didn't know I would need to construct another septic tank to allow for storm water. So in the process, sweet orange that started growing bigger and bigger, and the roots destroyed my septic tank. Where the position, what type of tree you want to plant in your home. Here is going to be fruit-bearing trees. You must also consider the effect of children or passers-by throwing clods. So don't plant mango if you don't have sufficient space and you don't have high wall fences. Passers-by will come when you have left home to plot mango and they destroy your windows and so on in the process. Because that has happened before. You know. On this note, I want to say thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you. I think you ask a question on the human waste thing that I've said. If anybody has, yes.
They said it's not human waste.
Okay, no problem.
My name is Adeboye Ayolide. Yeah. So you mentioned some of these jobs like regional planning, quantity survey, estate management, account planning, in which many students would like to go into. But because of parents, many parents nowadays choose whether their children is going to go and study in school, because they'll feel like they don't have to study any job, that you can't study any course that after 2 years of graduation, this will be under us refeeding you. So I want to ask, how can we convince our parents, like, it's not what they are thinking, because many parents now know that estate management is home, they can never see job. So how can we convince them, like, okay, it's not like that, this is how it goes, so that they'll be able to allow many students to go to it. Thank you so much.
Should they continue to ask so you run it through?
Yeah, I hope I will do that. Yes.
My name is Obi. My question is, my name is Obi. So my question is concerning the trajectory research we created. So can you just give us briefly on how you created it and the material necessary for creating it? And my second question is, like, for instance, I was like, grandma, let's plant flower in the compound. She said, oh, you want me to come and meet me in the house? That day I said, no, don't plant, just please the environment. Like, how can I just get in the more convenient manner to convince them?
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. I'm Paul. Thank you for it. So I really want to, just like you said, I will appreciate a detailed step-by-step guide on how to do it, because you have to be safety conscious. We are talking about gas. You have to be safety conscious. Practical step-by-step way to do it. Small scale or something of that nature. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chinedu. Thank you so much for the deep insight you shared. What I wanted to say was in line with when you were discussing environmental design and management and all the courses you mentioned. So I just wanted you to emphasize or throw more light on how technology can be embedded, for instance, in town planning, in architecture. Because as we know, a lot of things are changing. The way we do things 5 years ago is no longer the same as today. And it will not be the same in, say, 5 years' time when most of these young ones will acquire courses. So how can we incorporate technology and digitalization?
Good afternoon, sir. I'm sorry I see from the digester you mentioned, how can it be constructed or how much can be used to construct?
Cost to the environment, like your neighbors. Take for instance, I have a neighbor who planted tree. The tree is of course good to the environment, but the cost is that it is planted so close to the fence that I get to see the leaves from this tree. So you should also consider how it's affecting your neighbor. You shouldn't just read because it's good. Also, how is it affecting your neighbors? Thank you very much.
On that, is it social, environment, and people, sustainability? Any other question?
Thank you so much, Prof. My name is Mara. Concerning the biogas plant, is there places where they can learn how to control it properly, or let's say organizations that can control it from where the teach us to manage it and use the limits of this environment?
I will give Prof the opportunity to respond now. Well, if it's okay by him, we can take more questions. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all these comments and questions. It's very interesting. The last one, if time permits, we have examples of these biodigesters in UI. The University Park has the varieties of biodigesters constructed with different materials, with balloons, with plastic, and then concrete. So UI farms, if the organizers can arrange that, you'll be able to see examples of biodigesters there. Okay, and you see the various stages. Is it not only the gas from the digester used for cooking, but it's also used in lighting materials, gas lamps, stoves, and so on. Varieties there. Dr. Langley can arrange that. I will start with him. Yeah, but if you have the time, UI farms within it, just after the roundabout at something there, you enter the UI farm, you find examples of the biodigesters there. You can use different materials to construct it, depending on how much money you have. The one that I constructed in my house that time, it cost me 98,000 naira. Yeah, but then the value, the benefit that I derive from there, it's a lot more. It's a lot more. It saves me the hassle of running around for gas when I run out of normal source. Besides, it doesn't make my environment smell anymore because I don't have to allow food remnants to remain in the compound. I mean, I subscribe to the waste contractors, for instance. The waste contractor was assigned to my area by the Oyo State Waste Management Authority. But the contractor would not come in 2 months. I would call them, they would come, and I couldn't leave it stage. So I had to do something. At the time, I wanted to start taking those the bags of waste to the waste dump. But then the general manager of the Waste Management Authority said it was illegal for any individual to take informal waste there directly. Only waste contractors are allowed to take, and yet the waste contractors will not come. I said, what kind of society are we? I am subscribing to the waste contractor. I pay my subscription. They will not come. They give me an appointment. Separately, they will not make it. And then I decide, well, because I don't want to deal with waste and stage to take it there. You said that no. I even give examples of in Germany, we have a facility of facility place where if you treat your garden and you have the facility to take the garden trees to the dump site, to the landfill, sanitary landfill, you are allowed to do that. You are even given an incentive for bringing your garden trees and other things to the place. I said it to her, I showed her pictures. But no, she just didn't take anything like that. No, it's only the waste contractors. The waste contractors who do not have the equipment, they tell you they're coming today, you won't find them, and then you call them, oh, sorry, the tipper that we hired had their flat tire. The delta was not available. All manners of excuses. That was one of the reasons that I decided to build a digester so that as much as possible, I will reduce to the barest minimum what I will eventually have to discard. Don't forget, waste is a material that is no longer useful to you, the owner. What is not useful to you may still be useful to me. Do you believe? Yes. So that's why waste is defined as a material that is no longer useful to the owner and which the owner wants to discard. I'll tell you one story. I was in the US one time for sabbatical, and in the house where I live, one morning I just came out of the house. I was going to the university, and lo and behold, by the side of the road, I found complete set of chairs, complete set of chairs looking new by Nigerian standard, like a nice house, 3-seater, 2-seater, and singles with the center table. The owner has brought them to the side of the road for the waste evaporators to carry to the dump site. This one, I said no. I went back to my colleague. I went back to the house to my colleague. I said, "Come, furniture by the roadside, come over." We just grabbed the furniture into the house and we use it until I left Iowa. It was Iowa in the US. So those settings were very useful to the owner. And so as far as he was concerned, it's the waste. So he had worked them out for somebody to take to the landfill. But that was when the usefulness of those just started. That's how I was. Do you want to play me? No, better, please leave yoga. So, what was I trying to say? Yeah, okay. I've lost, okay. Somebody has the adverse effects of those things. Yes. That was why I said initially, if you want to plant any tree within your compound, you must study the physiological characteristics of the tree. At maturity, what is the height? At maturity, what will be the breadth of the branches? At maturity, how far will the root travel? Is it adventitious root that can penetrate your neighbor's foundation and destroy it? Is it purple? Purple has a root system that really what's the word now? It travels first and very long, and it's very destructive. So if you want to plant purple, make sure you have sufficient radius of space through which to ferment to be destroyed. Yes, you are right, the droppings of leaves and so on, yes, but what some people do is, you just have to tell your neighbor, Mr. Adamani, please cut the branch of your tree, especially the one into my compound. It has been done before. That's why you must relate with your neighbor. There must be neighborliness, there must be interaction, be friendly, instances like this. I have an instance where somebody, that is, it was on a farm, okay, and the guy planted palm trees. The person that had the next piece of plots of land to him said, no, you have to remove this line of palm tree because at maturity, the branches will come to my whole side of the land. He shifted the line, the entire thing, about 4 or 5. He had to shift it in order to prevent future commotion because it can be violent sometimes, So yes, that is that. And that's why again, if you want to rear poultry, you have to watch it because of stench. Yes. Yes, we are trying to encourage home-based agriculture. And so on, you can rear rabbit, like I said, my son reared rabbit, but rabbits were not nuisance, the droppings did not consider nuisance, and so on. But if it were chicken, well, the smell will not be much, especially if it's not the caged one. If it's just big litter, the smell will be much. It's just a small scale. We have about chickens that we are rearing, because very good. When we are growing in traditional environment where I grew, we usually rear chickens. And they were always very handy when you had visitors. In our environment, visitors will not tell you that you are coming. They'll just bounce on you. So that's why you have the domestic chickens and dogs around. You just grab one, kill it, and that's it. You part of the okay. Anyway, but again, let me bring in the town planning principle here. The reason why clear space, there's something we call clear space in town planning. Clear space is the space between one building and another. You must leave a gap between building A and building B. The gap there is what we call clear space. A space that will allow free flow of air.
So that space, that clear space, yeah, by the height of the house, because I mean bungalow,
yes,
story building.
Yes.
Would the air vary by the height?
Oh, I just want to say it again because the airspace is not. Yes, a bungalow to bungalow should not have the same airspace as a bungalow to a three-story building or a three-story building. You are right, and that's the regulation to that effect. In the national code, there's a regulation. Half times the height of the tallest building, the tallest of the two, 1.5 times its height. Not only to allow for free flow of natural air, but to also allow natural lighting. So that you don't have to be in your room at 12 noon and still have to light your lantern before you can see. Or put on your electric bulb before you can see. But what do you find? People build this way. I mean, roof to roof. Roof to roof. It's horrible. So we are violating town planning regulation of airspace. So if you observe adequate airspace, whatever is in your neighbor's compound should not bring any adverse effect. But when the airspace is compromised, then there's a problem. Another one is setback. We also have what we call setback. Setting back your building from the road side. Before you can start your construction, you are supposed to obtain a minimum of 6 meters from the edge of the your drain, the road. From the edge of the drain that is beside the road that will serve you. You are supposed to obtain it, to observe it, sorry. Why? It is to prevent accident from some overzealous manual people or other people or drivers from running over you. The 6 meter would have been sufficient to stop the reckless driver from running into your building and knocking anybody down. But those two concepts, those two positions are usually flouted. People build right on the head of the. Have you seen it or not? In fact, they appropriate drains, covered drains, they appropriate it to themselves. Government will construct it, they will construct the drainage canal, people cover it, and some people will now be displaying their wares on the drainage channel. And if you talk, that's happened many times. So I want to know, as you are growing up, please, I want you to take note of all of these things. Let this be part of what you are taking away from this conference and share it with your parents. Share it with your brothers and your sisters. Tell them about it, that we have been told that it's something they call airspace between one building and another, so that there will be comfort. There's also what we call setback. Okay, I had a narrative while I was studying here this morning that a tipper just ran off and went into a church, crossing the pastor there. The motorbike mistakenly removed the wedge before the driver took position. Okay, it removed the wedge, and the truck just moved on and ran. That's because there was not enough distance between the road and where the building was. And the poor man was just looking there. It ran over him and crushed him. Here space, setback, very important. Take note of all of those. When you want to plant trees, we are encouraging you, plant trees in your home because of the coolness. It cools your environment. It makes you sleep well, and you don't have to go on setting. There are many people now, once they are inside their house, they remove their singlet and so on. What remains for them is the boxer because of the heat. They are dying of heat, and there's no electricity to run their fan, even when they have the fan. But that's of life. So let the trees, let them solve the problem in a way. Okay, somebody also said because, yes, I mentioned because of the desert. And technology, yes, technology is already introduced into the planning and architecture discipline. We have various types of computer software which we use now. It's, our work is computer-based, but is it the first year of urban regional planning training, especially the design? We still take our students through the traditional freehand manual system of drawing. They must know that. The reason is this. It's still going to take several years before all our segments in Nigeria can transform into the level of city where electricity is steady, where you have the internet running, and so on. I mean, I lost about 2 hours of my precious time yesterday trying to connect a conference call because of very poor internet access where I was. That's frustrating. So if you are designing and you are using the computer to do it, and you don't have electricity, then they're trouble. But so we teach them, we take them through freehand, the conventional manual way of preparing layouts, of preparing different sections of master plan, and so on. But then once we get to year 2, yes, we introduce computer facilities. The same thing with architecture. In fact, when the Architects Legislation Council of Nigeria came to assess our architecture program some months ago in our accreditation, they applauded our determination, our system of taking the students through the manual way of preparing drawings. They gave us a very loud round of applause for that. Because they said in our country, for some time to come, we will still need this. Okay, if you are working in a village, in a small town, where there's no electricity, nothing like computer, and you are taking there as an officer, we will insist that all the plans that developers will bring must be computer-based. You can't do that because you create problems for yourself. They will just not bring anything and they'll be constructed. So you will have little developments all over the place. And that is still there. So we take them, but technology is already part of what we do. We use it to conduct researches, to analyze our subject, to use it to stimulate, not stimulate, and we use it to project and all of it. So we are 21st century compliant when it comes to all of those. We are even introducing smart city concept in what we do. Smart city where you spend a lot more on technology. And somebody also asked about snake. Yes, I'm rounding up now after the snake one. He has this thing of his parents did not want him to plant because of snake. Yes. It's one of the major reasons that people decide to concrete the surfaces of their surroundings in their homes. They don't want any blade of grass to grow. One, because they are lazy to maintain. And again, it's because we have lost an aspect of our tradition. In traditional societies, the male boys, they know it as a routine that they must hold the surroundings of compounds. The spaces between your own compound and another compound, you have to hold it. Where you dump your refuse and so on, you have to maintain it. The boys will do that. In the same way that the girls know as a routine that they must sweep in and out of the buildings. But we have lost it. If I ask you now, how many of you hold your surroundings? So it's the reason. Now you have to encourage the parents because of the value that if there is people for plants and so on, encourage them and assure your parents that you're going to maintain. Besides, we have a lot of irrigation materials now that will drive away things from homes. So that's no longer an excuse. But I know that because one of that people usually will not practically to in their homes. But the loss, what we're losing is more than what they thought that we. The environment usually looks very hard, very dry, very dry. But when you have vegetation and so on, it looks cool. When you have different types of flowers, you can plant and so on. And you have butterflies coming to your house and you can play with them. It's very soothing, And when you are offended by somebody, just take a chair to your garden, just sit down there and look at some of these plants. They calm you down. Now, there are some plants that have those characteristics, calm you down and bring you back. In terms of discipline, yes. Tell them that here in UI, you have all those choices. Encourage your dad or your brother to pay a visit to us. We will explain to them, with educate them, and so on. Feel free. Parents must allow their children to have a choice of the discipline. Don't force them. Forcing people to take a particular profession in office may be counterproductive. I think it's been counterproductive in a number of instances. I never knew anything about companies when I was applying for it after my grammar school. I just discovered that I had the results that could qualify me for a number of courses. I had 4 admissions that time. At company, I had production management, I had what other one? 4. But blindly, I just put on the company. And today, I'm a fellow of the various of companies and a member of the company. On the company section, council of this one. So thank you very much for the opportunity that you have given me.
Before you go, I find it difficult to believe that because
I grew up on the farm.
Because all the things you say, practical, indigenous agriculture. Thank you so much. Also, on this note, I would quickly like to keep the scene to you students. And he was saying all this while that you plant trees. So let's quickly do, is it integrated science or biology or agriculture? Okay, photosynthesis. What does plant release? What do humans bring in for animals? So, can we connect it? Plant releases, humans take in, we release, plants need. Please give Grandma a round of applause. So, thank you so much. So on this note, we'll take a short break. Sorry, I was trying to look for Prof. I would especially like to say that she doesn't know me personally, but she's my mentor. Let me explain that. You know, now in academics, they will say you don't know it all, or you cannot know it all. So you need somebody to put you through, and then one step at a time. And in academics also, it's like a big sea. A fish, a single fish, you just, while you're going, you won't know your way. But you know, by the time you have somebody who has been there before, it makes the journey very easy. And my own mentor is Dr. Lawale Olaide. And Dr. Lawale Olaide has so many mentors who I tap from indirectly. One of them is Professor Odunola. I would like to invite her to the eye table to come and talk to us. She's a biochemist, she's a professor, she's female, and so black. So, with joy, I would like to invite her to come and talk to us on opportunities, because somebody was saying now that, okay, if you don't want to be a town planner, if you don't want to be an architect, maybe you might want to be a pharmacist, you might want to be a biochemist, you might want to be a dentist. So please attentively listen and please be open to ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my sister. Ambassador, sir, good afternoon. Prof, sir, good afternoon. And well done, sir. I really appreciate your work and knowledge. How many of you students would like to be a doctor? Some of the hands are out there. If you would like to be a doctor, at the end of the day, raise up your hands very well. I should be about chemistry. You want to study about chemistry like I do. One. If you like to study chemistry, no. One hand for chemistry. I saw about 3 for chemistry. Physiology? No. Anatomy? That's problem. Now, who can tell us the relationship? Physiology and biology. What is biology? Cannot corrosive. If you know, just yes. Study of living things. What of zoology? Study of animals. What of physiology? No, it's not beyond drawing. It's also a study of what? If zoology is study of animals, what of physiology? Related to humans. Yes, at the back. We can't say anything from this. Study of function, body functions. Functions of living organisms. Yes. Humans generally. So you have zoology, animals, and so on. Then you have physiology. So what I'm trying to say is, science is a very broad discipline. And under science, you have physics, you have chemistry, you have biology, and so on. Then we have some courses in terms basic medical science courses. And under basic medical science courses, you have anatomy, you have chemistry, you have physiology, you have pharmacology and therapeutics, biology, and so on. You have even environmental health sciences. They are all under basic medical sciences. And if you remember very well, the reason why we are here today has to do with the environment. So if you study environmental health science or sciences, then you are looking at the environment, relationship with the environment, how useful the environment to be, and so on. But because it's in the basic medical science group, it's related to human health, it's related to well-being, how the environment contributes to well-being. But we have all these other courses, anatomy, physiology, and biochemistry. All those courses together make up what we refer to as medicine. So we cannot have medicine without anatomy, no medicine without biochemistry, no medicine without physiology. All of them contribute together to that big umbrella we refer to as medicine. Now, all of us cannot be medical doctors. If you go to the hospitals, you see so many staff. How many, can you mention some of the staff in the hospital? You have nurses, you have cleaners, you have pharmacists, microbiologists, and so on. But there are some people you don't even see. And sometimes the doctors will ask you, go and do this test. And then you go to a room, they take blood sample, they take urine sample, and then they will tell you, come back next week, come back in 2 weeks' time. So there are some people working behind the scene. Under that group, you have biochemists, you have chemical pathologists, you have pathologists. So it's a very big umbrella. So we all need to work together. As you are growing, you need to think of how that contributes to sustainable development. Good health for all of us globally. You
Can I function very well? What would I like to do? Do I want to be like this frog that is talking? Do I want to be like that other lady, or the ladies, the other lady in the hospital the other time? No, she was just like a microscope, or the other one that took the blood sample. She was so good, I didn't even feel any pain. All of us, anatomy, biochemistry, physiology, microbiology, we are all contributing to sustainable health. Environmental health sciences, they are all contributing to sustainable health. They are all contributing to the environment, sustainability of the environment, circularity of the environment. If you want to be in the basic medical sciences or the medicine field, then you need to be very good in physics, chemistry, biology, and of course, the mathematics and English must be very, very good. I believe you can ask questions. When you ask questions, then I believe you understand better. But all those things are very good. They all contribute to medicine. So I welcome questions. Those who are interested in the sciences. When Rob was talking, he was talking about having vitamin in the courtyard. He was talking about having a in the courtyard. He was talking about somebody developing stomach ache during the night, and then you quickly enter into the quadrangle and pluck 1, 2, or 3 leaves, and then you give to the person. So acting as a medical doctor too. On Monday, I was talking about in your garden, apart from vegetables, you also need medicinal weeds in the garden. Some of the weeds are very good. Now, if someone has a strain, or somebody fell down suddenly, just go into the garden, pluck 1 or 2 herbal vegetables, and you squeeze them together, you rub, and the person will be okay. Questions? Questions? Yes, sir.
The only 2 questions, basic, those basic lessons. Enter at the jam level, or when you get there, you just from the one.
We also enter at the level of jam. Biology. Yes.
Any more questions, please? Oh, we are tired. Okay, how many of you are doing arts? Everybody in arts. Do you want to get any talk about arts too? Yes.
Environmental health science is an upcoming field, and it's very, very enlightening, very interesting. Yes.
Studying environmental exercise. What are
the basic subjects, physics, chemistry, and biology to enter the university. And by the way, at the 100 level in the university, all of you, physics, anatomy, physiology, biochemistry, medicine, environmental health sciences, all of you will do the same course at the entry. At the entry point.
Let's put our hands together for Prof. Short intervention, we feel that some of you may be interested in medical field or basic medical sciences, and you need to also we need to seize this opportunity to take you through. But if you are interested in arts, law, or what we call humanities, you need the basic English, and sometimes in some university they also want you to have mathematics, but you need to have literature, government, sometimes you have for economics or geography. You want to be a lawyer, you have to do literature in English and all those things. So thank you very much. Let's clap ourselves for the patients. We are now going to somebody's raising hand at the back. Yes. What is this Claire from Ghana and Uganda? What is this? Aeroponics. What is it? Oh, you want to add on the subject? Okay.
Yes, I want to add on the subject of arts. Like our people from the sciences have benefited more.
Yeah.
Having an arts background, I feel like I can speak and advise also them also.
Go ahead.
In arts, we have a lot of courses that you can do and upgrade and also be a doctor or be somebody. I have a background of arts. I'm completing my PhD very soon. So yes, so I want to encourage us. You can be a lawyer, and being an art student doesn't mean you have to be a lawyer. You first have to know what you want to do. Where is your passion? How do you want to impact the community? I personally, I grew up, I wanted to work with people. So the course I chose at the university, they were a lot also art. You can be in business, you can do economics, you can do entrepreneurship, you can do human resource. That is the business side, which is under also the College of Humanities. You can be also in the social sciences. You can be a social worker. You can be a geography teacher. Education is there. You can also be other many courses are there. So I personally, I wanted to work with people. That's why I said the first thing you have to know whether art or science is where do you want, what do you want to do to impact your community. I always wanted to work with people. So I did social work and social administration.
Okay, are you done, ma'am?
No, not like yes. So I did social work and social administration. What I did was I had at the O level, I had mathematics, I had the courses, subjects may be different because I'm from Uganda, they may be a bit different. But the basic one, mathematics, English, the economics, entrepreneurship, I don't know, but whatever combination you do, it will determine what you do at A level. I don't know if you have A level in Nigeria, but you have YA. So okay, so but whatever combination you want to take, it's okay. So at the university, you decide what you want to do based on how you pass. And also when you apply, depending the entry points in any university, it will determine what you will do. But the most advice I want to give us is have passion in what you want to do. If you have passion in what you want to do, it will push you higher. You only have a bachelor's, you also have a master's, and also have a PhD and be addressed as doctors. Thank you.
But that's to have to what she said. We also have the course referred as medical education. And for those of you who are interested in engineering, architecture, so on. You can do medical architecture, or you can do medical engineering. So we have medical engineering, we have medical architecture, and then we have medical education.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wale, for asking you. Talking about career choices, also adequately responded to what the young lady asked today. But I want to tell you that even though you might be in social sciences or arts, you also can be very active on the environment, sustainable development. First of all, I have political science, so I first degree. And in the course of getting that degree, somewhere along the line, I think it was in the second year or final year, we had to do what they call social maths, which was pure mathematics. And being that it was for a short period, people like me were able to survive. I'm a 35, or I was a 35 years veteran of diplomacy. But you won't believe it. I take seriously the environment. Before the internet and all this stuff came, to buy it for the computer. National Geographic is what you find on my desk. I know everything about where's the video from Uganda. I can tell you everything about your country. I'm not talking of Makerere University. I can tell you historically everything about Uganda, standing there. That is geographically, economy, and whatever you want to know, history. Because not that I was taught in school, but interest. The same thing goes for Kenya, up to Mozambique, and across the island, Indian Island oceans. You can read medicine and still know a lot of things that doesn't have to do with treatment, or you could have done the social and the medical, there are things in the medical college like biochemistry, pharmacy, but that does not stop you from being an environmentalist. There are lawyers who don't even practice any law anymore. They are environmentalists. I know a particularly, I don't know how many people here know this lady. This is Folake and NSA. That was the first senior advocate in Nigeria for leave. Married to a doctor, Oriola. Their first daughter qualified as a medical doctor. And thereafter, she went to read law. So she's MBBS and whatever, postgraduate. She's also BL, LLD, and master's in law. So it can be whatever you want to be. Reading geography does not mean, I'm not talking of the core things now. You might even be interested in mathematics. You can still take it on. The son of Justin Elias, when he was in Bobby College, was so brilliant that everybody thought he was going to read law. He was very good in that, but he read medicine, but he still knew law. It's a question of interest. Thank you very much.
I just want the mic to talk about what Ambassador said. I did a first degree in the University of Ibadan, Special Education and Approach. I came back to do Master's Counseling in Psychology. Today I'm the creator and the founder of the Waste Museum, unpacking waste, working on eating from waste, talking about the environment and circularity. What I'm doing right now as making money, as giving me money, is nothing related to what I did in school. So it means that it is not only about what you are doing in school, it's about what you have passion for. So now I'm doing what is not even related to what I studied both in the first degree and the second degree. I'm working with arts and eating from arts. Those are some of our, those are few of our works there. They are all artworks. I never had an art teacher. I didn't go to any art school. 12, 13 years ago, I discovered waste in my kitchen. I fell in love with waste, and I started exploring waste. And now it is a business for me, and we are even employing more people that we're paying salary to. Do you get that now? So,
me too, I'm seeking contribute. I want to say also that, hello, ladies, children, please discover yourself. Some of us, hello, are you listening? Yes, ma'am. Okay, some of you like reading novels. That might be your latent, you might be eating. You might find yourself in maybe after your GS3, they discover that you did so well. That's your parents. Your parents discover that you did so well in integrated science, maths, English, so they feel, okay, let's take her to the science class. But in you discover, you know that you love reading novels, or maybe you like writing, or any such things. Please don't allow those, I will call them latent. Let me explain. So anything you do, like she said, your interest, your passion, don't let it die. Despite or in spite of the fact that you later become a doctor, a lawyer, or anything, all the little things that you like doing, that might be what will be generating income for you. Do we get that? Thank you.
Doctor can pick up from there, or do you see have any contribution?
Okay, thank you very much. We're done.
Yeah, good afternoon. Just very quickly, Claire said something about those in the business that she doesn't really know the subject combination. Yeah, I did economics, and then I moved to business. So for those who are interested in business, I think the combination of English, maths, commerce, and economics, yeah, they are majorly what you need, and maybe one of any other subjects. What the amazing speaker said, I could summarize is that you keep an open mind. There are so many things that are not in your schedule at the moment that will happen to you, that will happen in your life in the future. I actually wanted to study music when I was in secondary school, when I was in junior secondary. But I ended up studying economics, first degree, my first master's in economics, my second master's in energy policy, and doing a PhD in business. So you just keep an open mind and know that there is now the gap between knowledge is reducing. Knowledge is basically one. Yeah, we were talking about the multidisciplinarity and the interdisciplinarity of knowledge. Now, somebody who is doing engineering can have a collaboration with somebody who is doing management. So that gap between fields and faculties and departments is constantly reducing. So at the end of the day, no matter what you do, you are eventually contributing to knowledge. So keep an open mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's most of the extras today. We move to the next section. But before we move, we have been sitting for a long time, right? Can we stand up except for the elderly? I want every other person to stand up. Please, let's do a little bit of exercise. Do you like exercise? Yes. Oh, I'm happy. Okay, just like for this Can you see me, everybody? Can you see me, everybody? Okay. I was thinking Ambassador will sit down. Oh, okay. I did not perform for you. Sustainability is about everything. Listen now.
Without the cards, I pick up and I trek about 8.5 kilometers.
Wow!
I have my if I'm not doing that in my subdivision, what you call next street in there, yes, nobody disturbs. I walk not through the farm, having to walk 6 kilometers.
A round of applause for.
And I'm 67.
67, yeah. 70 years. Okay. Oh, sorry. A lady wants me to announce something. Come here. Okay. Well, just say it by yourself. I think that will be better, right? Yes. I don't need to ask you more. You wrote it now. Say what you are making here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Nara Ligwell, and I'm the project manager at African Cleanup Initiative in Lagos State. And we're basically all about raising environmentally citizens, just like yourselves and others in different parts of the world also. This is for everybody here. Well, we're having a conference coming up in Transcorp Hotel in Calabar, and we're going to be discussing the people, the economy, agriculture, and circularity also. So I just wanted to speak to that here. And it's good to have you here. Everything starts from when you're young because you're the future of Nigeria, the future of Africa, and the world at large. It's really a pleasure to be here. Thank you, sir, and thank you, Mike, to our professors, our doctors, our ambassador, and everything.
Yes, please. Okay, so we're back with our exercise now. Usually, let's find one numbers. Okay, so this is 1. Do like this. 1. 2. 1 plus 1 equals what? 2. So how do you write 2? 1 plus 1 equals 2. Did you get it? This is 1 plus 1 equals. Okay, so are you ready now? Yes. Let me do it again so you watch me very well. 1 plus 1 equals 2. Oh, yeah, do it now. Let's go. 1 plus 1 equals 2. Somebody say equals. Equals like this, huh? It's always like this. Let's do it again. Two equals 4. Good. All right, let's go. 2 plus 2 equals 4. But before we do that, I would like to invite to this place those who have set up to do that. First, the chairman of this session. There's no other person than the chairman of Images Initiative, the organization that has brought all of us here and has sponsored us for almost 5 days now. Let's put our hands together for Images Initiative. Our chairman is Ambassador
Ademola Oluseyi Odomo, please. Okay, clap. We always appreciate you because in villages we call him father of youth because he's always working with young people. No wonder if he's working with youth, they have to be working with students. So that's the way it start. So we always appreciate this so much. You have to travel all the way from Lagos, the road and all that to get here today. And quite on time too. So let's clap our hands for you. You can see that even when we say wanted to do exercise, I was expecting you to sit down. But when you now stood up and say, you know, to do the and all that, and you have to tell us the story. Yeah, you see that. When I say the father of youth, can you confirm now? Come back for him again. So to be supported by 2 other people or 3 now, I'd like to invite Professor Wahab. Is this guy around? If you can get him for me, yes, please to come. Then Professor Yeroke Otola, please. Prof. Okay, please. Thank you very much for okay, it's back now. Yeah, I'll come back to those who are online. I just want to give a little background of this. This is about the second time, but it's the first time we are doing it in this way. Earlier in the year, we thought of how do we reward those who are doing a lot of work in the area of circular economy. And we thought that we can do this through their work. I will allow you to say a few things before I come to what are the processes we went through to get to this stage. After that, they will do their work, which should be done in less than 30 minutes so that we can do it. Chairman, sir, over to you. Just want to say a few things.
Thank you very much. Also, yes, it's a lie. I think so. Looking at your face, people really. Because I got this in this for 2 years from now. I asked myself back to my place in high school, in this city. When my school was in the backyard, we were learning my elements. I was in the first set of basic studies at the Polytechnic. I spent 1 year. Focus, the goal. There was this gentleman who was a doctor. I knew a lot of very successful people around me. fighting with my own brothers and sisters. But then I looked beyond that. Dr. Banugo, I don't know him. I never said a word to him. I don't know where he is now. But as a forward from this student at Methodist High School, Ibadan, I was his boarder for a while and I became a day student. Each time I was going to school with my friends. Somewhere down to an end where you are policy tower limited, not before winter. The swimming pool somewhere there. You drive past the Citron Beach Super. You won't know that car. But there it was a car where glass low like this. I'm saying to you now, it's what I wish to know because I lived all over the world. I've lived everywhere you can imagine. And I've touched every continent and important capital in the world. But in the corner of my heart, in the corner of my house, I wrote, if you do it, you can do it. Sorry, Doctor, I'm going to take this. I would have loved to be a medical doctor. Mother wanted me to be a medical doctor because she had lost her son. Her second child, her first son, while studying medicine in England in the car accident. My brother was not an academic for the child that would move and live. So mother wanted me to be a doctor. I couldn't be a doctor. She said, when you can read first, 0. I don't believe for the others. But while growing up, sitting at my father's food, I was the only one of his child. I would pick the daily times. Then at the stage, which was published in Cocoa House. Those were the 2 major newspapers there in Lagos. I will see a man wearing a big agbada, holding a paper to the president of Nigeria, and they say envoy. All I wanted to do was an envoy. I'll get there, I'll become. Then I started seeing names that are very familiar with everybody here. I didn't know who saw that. And those days, they are from my own town. They were SDAs, old lawyers, successful, prominent Nigerians. I said, maybe I will read law with my friends. 25 years SDA, we shadowed together at the Polytechnic. That was a lawyer, Larry is a lawyer. Others, most of the people myself are lawyers and judges today. Maybe I will read law. Their mother said, you see, lawyers, you know, I don't have. They will kill you for me. Okay. So, when we were in the university, in our own time, there was no JAM. It was called concessional exams. I was admitted as assistant for law. I never told anybody. My father wanted me to be a lawyer. If I told you, nothing would have stopped me being a lawyer. In fact, I will not be able to read my favorite. So one day with my friend Dr. Aeroponics, we just removed for second year at the pool. And we went to the library to go and read. Police said, oh, let's read the newspapers. I
the entrance of the library. And I was reading, yes, Tribune was also very prominent. He was reading the Tribune. And he just started to this country. University of the World was new. Somebody was joking about it. I said, please tell me before you got it. I feel I forgot all about it. Because I made A in geography, A in distinction in economics. My name was number one on that list of admission. I left school there. Thank God, only in America today is a big doctor graduated from the Maryland, University of Lagos College of Medicine. I left him there, went straight. I moved back to Lagos because I was able to pay my school fees to read political science. So my mother asked me, what are you going to do with that brother? You're not going to read law. I said I would be an employee. That was the way I didn't know the meaning of empire. I didn't know it had to do with being an ambassador or diplomacy or anything. I just know if I read that political science, I'll be carrying my brother and be presenting some papers which are now legal new and hard to present myself. It's called letter of credence. The foreign president. So why was I studying political science for about 15 years? Everybody wanted to be diplomats. But we are more intense than ourselves. The professor came from Dr. Ola. So one day I was talking to him and said, "You want to do a master's in international relations?" If I was the only university doing a master's in international relations in my time. Give me a story to Professor Elijah Needs, the soul recipe. I was the only one that looked at also from the need to read international relations. I'll tell you why I'm telling you this story. The one belongs to the was 65 in that class of diplomacy. I was only one by 24 service. Everybody wanted. That's the grace of God. Determination. I was living in the cool, moved to cool. I had to wake up every morning with my small bit, which mother had given me for Bitcoin. My son had graduated, thank God. The brand new, I drove it to Port Harcourt, so go for 2,000 naira. Brand new. I would grab it, come to Shagamu because four routes go to because the road was always bad. The road was not white, it was the land route. Once there was an accident and it forgot to do. So I was about to go to the office of the Civil Service Commission. Where one day the man noticed me, said, "You've been coming here, so what do you want?" I said, "I want to join the forest service." So come. Give me more my papers. I filled the form before. Or put somebody at help me with it. God belongs to you. I joined the forest service. Now I'm a level. Within 2 months, somebody came to me like, aren't you going to apply for planning? I said, what is planning? I saw my friends buying some cars. Of course, I had a brand new my brother gave me. I said, "Oh, you can change this. I don't take planning." I applied for planning. Somebody told me, say your money is ready for your new car. Yeah? I sold one for you to earn the money. And bought a brand new air conditioned passer from Lagos Island Motors. You know the best of it all. After 3 years in the foreign service, I know they were now posting people. I now know that I'll go abroad one day. Just to let them just posting to Togo or anywhere. Just to say I'm not a full envoy. The list to what I was posted to London. Somebody said, I can't go to London. The man told me the story that he came out all this. He was very fond of it. He said he will be posted to Uganda. That's how I myself. I go to London. I see the man one day at the airport. He said, have you got your car? I said, I got home before. He said, yes, that one is finished to go at the government. I said, I don't know where my file is. I said, call me so I will never forget that you said it. You look for your file. Just write something. You send me family. So, if you have your mind made up, whether you want to be a nurse, a doctor, a medical laboratory technologist, a geographer, whatever, Ambassador Leslie Harriman, where's one of you here? You're one of the most celebrated diplomats in Nigeria for his service. Ambassador Femi George, great geographer at the University of Ibadan. He was our ambassador in Portugal. His first ambassador. I know the foreign service is going to, but if you want to be a doctor, work hard and be like Professor in the Lambo. Be like Prof here. Whatever it is to be in the environment, be like this great motivator of people's lives. I think about Dr. Olaide sitting in my office in Havana, Cuba. He came with Professor Popola. And I was impressed with what I saw. I became converted to an environmentalist. Before that, I was interested in watching anything nature. I wanted to have knowledge about nature for snakes, insects, the minutes, to take anything in the surface of this earth. I'll change the story. Tomorrow, I don't believe that it's post-rational. So I got interested and became converted to full environmentalist. Then I subscribed to the Department of Development Studies and I did many work there. And now this one was born out of that. And I'm still doing it. Life is not only about money, it's about self-satisfaction. Whatever you've achieved and you're satisfied with it, be a primary school teacher, whatever. A mechanic of 30 years, I call you the curious, the bounce, both children and don't just think that. I know police children are meeting the words because they have it. If you have any truths, don't let it free. You will think. What we enjoy most of the time. Anytime I meet maybe for 1 month, we don't have time to talk or something like that, I'll just talk to what we see or something like that. And then before we know it, we start talking about the supply. I don't want to tell you, I already told you how we met, but it was more than that. We went for a field trip, and normally when we travel outside the country, we like to go to the embassy of Nigeria in that country. And that year we went to Ghana, and of course we have to meet him. But the moment he mentioned his name, in Yoruba culture, there are some names you don't forget, especially if you are close to the grassroots. The moment he mentioned his name, grew up, my parents, and in Ikorodu, there are names you just can't miss.
And I said, oh, you are from Korea? Yes. He said, yes. Ah, who are your parents? Which church you attend? You know, all those things that put us all together as a people, and the rest is history. So help me to appreciate the case. Now, through that process that we started, now he came for a conference, and we invited him for a conference. We started talking, and we lodged him at UR Hotel there. And one evening, I was just thinking, and I went to his room, and I said, "Ah, Prof, I mean, we call him Prof too because all his friends are professors, so we are very sure." And he said, "Prof, Ambassador, I would like you to endow he told me about the University for Development Studies, the things they have done in Ghana." But I said, and you're from Ghana now, so the teaching of Nigeria, and you know, now you encourage him, there is but here, if you want to come era, a perpetual award, that's the University of Ibadan. So whether it's alive, very simple. No matter how many people are passionate and come and say something like this, you know? And the other person we brought on money to, you know, the former head of service of the federation. So that's the connection. It's not money, but the value that you give. I don't want to say too much. I wanted to tell you about the award, right? Yes, because we are running up now. So earlier in the year, we thought of having awards to distinguished people, and we thought of how many awards we have. We agreed on 5 of them, and we have to have a call for. Yeah, we have to have a call.
I'm sorry, I have to mention this. I don't want to excuse this. Judy should have been here this afternoon, but I think I forgot Professor Judy Way. Have you heard about it?
Yes.
You know him very well. He was my next door neighbor in the postgraduate school.
Wow.
He always writes, "This is the rest of the brother. How would they like yes, giving your new PG, I'm new PG monology. Yes, MSc. Nigerian ambassador to the United Nations.
Wow.
Which is US.
Wow.
Everything on that.
Wow.
Wow. Okay. You know, one of the things, the way I said this again, one of the things motivation speaking is good though, because some of them, if it's genuine, you really become peace. You know, I remember when I was getting the job in 2014. So after probation in 2015 to regularize and become permanent staff, interviewers, what they have been asking me all the questions, they don't ask me, where do you see yourself in the next 5 years? And I say, I see myself as a global researcher, and I want to be everywhere in the world. And my professor in 2016, in 2006, went to Australia for a meeting. You know, when you are close to my mentor, Professor Anthony Hickey. So he told me about, you know, about tonight again as a master's fellow. I went to sort out economics from the IIT. We'll be there tomorrow for those who are going for the talk. And he told me that he traveled 2 days to get to Australia. When he was in the now told myself that by 2015, by the time I will be 40, I want to be in Australia. That was 2006. I've never even traveled outside Nigeria before. But I was saying that, Prof, you said it takes 2 years, you are not working, you are not driving, but by air, two days. I said, I want to be there before and I know by regulation you have to be do your postdoc by 40 or before you are 40. And to the glory of God, exactly 2015, when I was 40, I found myself in Australia. Wow.
When you have a vision, you go by. I was trying to do South Africa and pets. You sleep, eat, wake up, you are still flying. I mean, so when you have a vision, just keep it, all right? When you have a vision, what do you do with it? You keep it to come to pass. All right, so we have 5 categories of awards and the way we give out, and we shortlisted in each category, we shortlisted 3. So I will read out the 3 people in each category. If they are here, we recognize them. Then we now announce the winner out of them, and they will be presented their awards. We have a category that we call Africa Grain Ambassador Award 2022. Put your hands together for that. In this category, we shortlisted 3 people. One of them is an organization. Also, they are all 3 of them are organizations. The first person that's representing that, I will mention the representative and the name of the organization. The first person is the. Is there anybody here? Please stand, clap for. The name of the organization is African Cleanup Initiative. They were shortlisted for the African Grain Ambassador Award. That means they must have been doing a lot. I mean, I didn't even know, I've never met them before. I just said they should come. And they have come to announce even their activity. They are active people. We don't just, even if we are active, so we don't do those who are not active. No NGO, not the meaning of NGO in East Africa. Nothing going on. What's going on? The second category of organization shortlisted representative of Dr. Dunjobi here. Dr. Dunjobi is of the Initiative for Sustainable Agriculture and Ecological Restoration. Anybody from that organization here? Okay. Okay, now to announce the winner. Let me allow to announce the winner. And the winner is Africa. See? Creative, sustainable synergy. Oh. Somebody will read a citation about the organization, and the ambassador will present the award.
Sustainable Synergy Health is a social enterprise company with the mission of creating a sustainable world without waste through refuse, reuse, repair, repurpose, and recycling. The African Creating Sustainable Synergy Health educates communities on ways they can make daily eco-friendly choices and help contribute to green living practices that help conserve resources like waste, water, and energy. The African Creating Sustainable Synergy Hub is the mother of the first waste museum in Africa. Congratulations.
Thank you. Well, I've mentioned before this. I want to just like I told you, museum for Waste. I know you manufacture things from waste plastics. Not very well. Your latent talent as a doctor. Doctor Nicholson used the latent knowledge to develop an industry that will exist, that will continue out to years to come. For this beautiful award, I'm privileged, I'm very proud. Also to a woman, gentlemen, don't be offended. I guess there's a lot of women. You have no respect. I want for tenacity, determination to achieve. Congratulations.
Now, I think you come back, all the awardees is now kind of, you can see, come and sit here, please. Yes. Sit here, please. Okay. The second category of awards are being presented by Images Initiative. By Images Initiative in 2022 is the category on Africa Great Business Award. And in this category, we shortlisted three. I will read out the three businesses. The first is Tamela Food and Tea. Do you have any representative here? Yes. Clap for them. Second in that category is organization, the Center for anybody from that organization, Dr. Salami Karim, the whole CARES, Center for Agricultural Research and Extension Services. And the third person in that category is
Can we guess who the winner is? Yeah. Who loves tea here? All of us? Oh, okay. So for that, then the winner in this category is Pamela Food and Tea.
Okay. Tabela Food and Tea Industry specializes in the processing of agro-produce from whole farms into finished commodities, ready for consumption in homes and offices. Their goal is to provide agro-produce that will improve overall health and immune system in order to achieve a healthy life. Congratulations.
I know we do some tea in Mambila Plateau. But when you talk about tea, I will not even imagine that somebody that has to do with tea will come from Nigeria. when you talk about tea in the world, I'll tell you go to Sri Lanka. From what was Sri Lanka? Or you go to Kenya, or let us say from Uganda, but not Nigeria. The little thing you have is in Rwanda. This is very great achievement for you. And we as villages and as people are very proud of you. Keep doing what you are doing. Remain focused. Can I tell you something? The best is yet to come. Thank you.
Yes, because the problem we are going to have palatability test. Just Google what you mean by palatability before I tell you the meaning. Thank you very much. The third category of awards that Images Initiative is giving out in 2022 is the award of that we call Africa Green City Champion Award. Africa Green City Champion Award. And we have three shortlisted candidates. The first person is Dr. Sangiga, Dr. Interior Sangiga of International Institute of Tropical Agriculture. Do we have anybody representing that organization here? Yes, we'll be here tomorrow. They asked us that the DG is very busy, that since we'll be coming here tomorrow, if there's anything, we should bring it, all right? The second person shortlisted is Abubakar Kabir Kura of Marina Agro Allied Services. Do you have anybody from that organization? Okay. And the third person is Adekola Margaret Adekola of Full Planet Initiative. Oh, please clap for them. This is the first award that we gave out last year. And it's, all the awards are very important, but this one, depending on the one that received the award before, it has to be up the scale. And the award was given to His Excellency Engineer Olusegun Makinde, the Executive Governor of Oyo State. So anybody that is taking that award will be in the class of that person probably. So the winner is
Free is land. Free is beautiful. The winner of the African Green City Champion Award for 2022 is Dr. Sangiga.
Already citation that lecture? Yes. I will present tomorrow.
Dr. Interior Sangiga has more than 21 years of experience in agricultural research and development, particularly in applied microbial ecology, plant nutrition, and integrated natural resources management in Africa, Latin America, and Southeast Asia. Having worked with the University of Zimbabwe, IITA, International Atomic Energy Agency in Austria, and Tropical Soil Biology and Fertility Institute of CIAT. As a research administrator and leader, he has strong situated analysis, resource mobilization, and project management, developing partnerships and institutional linkages, institution building, managing complex structures and systems, and capacity building. He played a major role in the creation of the consortium for improving agriculture-based livelihoods in Central Africa. He is a board member of the Scientific and Technical Advisory UNEP, advises the Global Environment Facility on sustainable land management global issues. He's also a member of the editorial board of Applied Ecology Journal and an occasional editor of Soil for Soil Biology and Biochemistry, Biology and Fertility of Soil, Plants and Soil, Nutrient Cycling in Agroecosystems, Soil Science Society of American Journal, African Crop Science Journal, and Nigerian Journal of Soil Science. He has trained more than 30 PhD candidates at the National University of Congo, School of Agriculture, and University of Zimbabwe, who now hold leadership positions in their countries. Dr. Sandiga had worked at IITA from 1989 to 2002 in various capacities. Units, project coordinator, and multidisciplinary program leader. He did his postgraduate training at IITA and his PhD in agronomy, soil microbiology under a joint program between IITA and the Institute Faculté des Sciences Agronomiques, Yangambi, DRC, that's 1984. He has published more than 120 research articles in peer-reviewed international journals and was honored with the International Foundation for Science Spread-Brockholt Award for contribution to
And to receive the award on behalf of Dr. Zangiga, the Director General of IIT, is Ms. Claire Umendo from Uganda. The present is Professor Ronaldo Wahab.
Well, it's gives me a great honor and privilege to have to present this award to Dr. Ikaraya Shanginda in recognition of his outstanding contributions to sustainable agricultural and food system transformation in Africa. He has a very impressive CV, and while they were reading it, I was just shaking my head and clapping for him silently. He's a great man, and please tell him that we appreciate his hard work and contribution to the science society. Congratulations on this Circularity Africa.
That's the fourth category, the third category. The fourth category is the award on that we call Africa Great School Award. The Africa Great School Award. Again, we have 3 shortlisted candidates, and I will read out the 3 candidates. The first is Safe Sahara Network from University of Ilorin. Is there any representative from them? Yes. Thank you very much. The founder is also online. Maybe at some point he will say something. If you wish the awards. The second person is Abimbola Olu of Connecting Health Initiative. Do you have anybody from Connecting Health Initiative here? Okay, and the third person is Mrs. Olufumilola Olota from Blooming Light Montessori School, Monday is one Lagos. Do we have anybody from there? Okay, and the winner. Okay, who would like Princess come? Princess, come and announce the winner for us.
And the winner for this category of award goes to the Save Sahara Network. Give us some glory. Anybody coming to that? Yeah. Please put your hands together. Congratulations. Save Sahara Network is a non-profit organization that is registered as a corporate body under the Companies and Allied Matters Act, number 1 of 1990, on the 5th of May 2017. It is a non-governmental organization born out of passion to carry out grassroots projects leading to protection, conservation, restoration, rehabilitation, and sustainable utilization of biological diversity, with a view to empowering people at the grassroots. The organization also carries out capacity building training and creates forums for scientific interactions and discussions on current environmental issues, with the view to initiating adequate intervention. The graceful initiative of the Save Sahara Network aims at renewing the culture of tree planting among youth, as well as the planting trees removed from the process of urbanization. The Save Sahara Network also combines saving of nature with empowerment of local communities through its and interventions carried out at the local communities. Congratulations.
Professor Ayola.
We appreciate all your efforts in maintaining Sahara Network and in recognition of your funding contributions to green school projects and environmental sustainability.
Thank you very much. I told you earlier, there are 5 categories of our work, and we go to the last one now, which is SAP is a network, so we investigate a patron every year, only one, and the last one is, of course, our chairman. So we have to start from that point. But I'm looking for, do we have one of these left, please? Those people at the back. I need one now. Yes. Okay. Is Mrs. Pamela Alagi around? Is she around? Okay. Okay. So we have three shortlisted candidates as previous day. So we have Cosmos Combat Lavini of Japan Federal Association for Sustainability. Is anybody next? I don't know if it's joining us online. Iman, look for Cosmos Lavini online. The second person shortlisted is Amaya Pasi Ogola of SDG7 Unit Constituency. Do we have anybody from there? Okay. The third person is Professor Oladapo Afolabi, CFR, former head of service of the Federation. And the winner is
yeah, this is a high-class award, and it's a great pleasure to have to announce the winner in this category. Somebody of high repute and well respected, somebody who has contributed to the development of the Nigerian nation. So one is proud of it, and I'm not surprised that they found worth of this award. So the winner in this category is Professor Oladapo Afolabi, commander of the Federal Republic, the former head of service of Nigeria, and a fellow of African Circular Economy Research and Policy Network. This is a great award, and we need a very loud round of applause. Taking the award on behalf of Professor
Professor Oladapo Afolabi attended the University of Ife, now Obafemi Awolowo University in Ife. He has a Bachelor of Science and Master's degrees in Biochemistry, as well as a Doctor of Philosophy in Applied Chemistry. He won a fellowship at Howard University, Washington, United States, as an International Atomic Energy Agency Fellow in 1982. He played a major role in organizing the first ecological summit in 1988, which led to the creation of the Federal Ministry of Environment. He had a flourishing career in the civil service of Nigeria, where he rose to become the head of service in 2010. He is a distinguished Nigerian, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, and Grand Patron of the Africa Robotics and Artificial Intelligence Network, Africa REN. Congratulations.
On behalf of UAP's network, I present this award to Professor Oladapo Afolabi in recognition of outstanding contributions to circular economy and sustainable development in Africa. Congratulations.
I would like to also add that Professor Afolabi was the permanent secretary, Federal Ministry of the Environment, and he was also the permanent secretary, Federal Ministry of Education. He was, and is still my boss. To collect his, but when he left here yesterday, as he was getting to Lagos, he was waiting for me. So we met and he said, I won't go to London. Thank you very much for the honor done to me.
okay.
Nothing less to my destiny.
1 minute.
I have waited patiently.
You have something to sign and return to us. Then when you're done, we'll take the comments or so from you. Like it's not fast.
For the champion, stand up, stand up, stand up. For the champion, stand up.
Okay, can we have everybody? Stand up. Everybody stand up. Can we have everybody? All the audience. There's nobody around now.
It's just like that. Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, can't you see? To pick myself back up, I went up all down. To pick
This one make a statement about it.
The president of Images, my dear Professor Yasuko, I stand very tall before you with a lot of pride to represent distinguished gentlemen, a very, very accomplished Nigerian, a good friend of mine, a benefactor, a humanist, an environmentalist, very humble and simple gentleman.
These are virtues that we need.
And yet, to see things by himself. Our path is something necessary. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
For honoring me so much.
It's very
Thank you so very much for this honor. So many times they will tell us, apply for an award, I've never had, I don't bother because, but this time around, we are so honored to be noticed, to realize that what we are doing in our corner in Monia is actually being noticed by the world. And this has actually taught me a lot of lessons that you don't look down on yourself, and whatever it is that you've been dreaming that you have, I remember when Ambassador was saying, the Waste Museum, why did you think about that? When the idea of the Waste Museum came, and I actually wanted to check online to see what the people that have done it are doing. So I brought out my phone and I typed in the Waste Museum, because when the idea came, we were looking for a place that is a one-stop to showcase the beauty in waste. So that when people see it, you don't have to be talking too much. Seeing is always believing. And then we checked, and there was nowhere in the world, because it came back saying cannot be found. I typed it again, the Waste Museum, came back saying this word cannot be found. And then I said, what's going on? Does it mean everybody that I've been talking about waste upcycling, waste management, I have not thought of doing a museum that is dedicated for waste? So I said, if nobody has thought about it, and the idea came to me, that means God is choosing me to do this. I will not look down on myself, because I know that I may be small, but I have a very big God and have a very big dream. I always tell myself, you can do it. So I asked myself, if nobody has heard of me, and that idea has come to you, it means that you should do it. And guess what? I was in Manila. I asked myself, what do you have in your hand? If God gives you any idea, He has given you what you need to do that idea. Stop looking for it in Shokoto. Whatever idea God has given you, what you need to do that idea is in you. You can do. Tell somebody you can do it. So I asked myself, what do I have? And I said, I have a space in Monia, and guess what? We went ahead, and to the glory of God, it is now officially open. Please tell somebody your brain is fine.
Good afternoon, everybody. Before I go into the speech itself, I need to let you know that we are here now. The products are here. The tea are here for testing and for purchase. I'm sorry, we had a conflicting program today. NAFDAC just left our facility, so it's also a good thing. And we just have to ask Madam, because they say behind every successful man, there is a loving, caring, and successful woman. So, courtesy, Madam, she came there and helped us. I'm happy because I'm seeing a lot of students there, and I'll be to tell you this. I'm almost moved to tears. And why? I've been eating and drinking renewable sustainability, carbon saving for over a decade. While I was a banker, I pioneered renewable energy in one of the biggest banks in Nigeria. But why am I saying this? I was not recognized. In fact, it was given, the responsibility was transferred from other people. In fact, what I actually got initially was, you are a staff. Stop behaving like a consultant. Let people come from outside and do it. Shortly after, it was seen that it was good. Tesla came, people started shouting, Tesla, and instead of me getting glory, I started getting backlash and petitions, memos, till the people actually became successful. That organization now runs at least half of their branches on the people. Then fast forward, I pulled out to go to agriculture. So tea is something that is in me. I love tea. I'm a tea freak. Then I felt, okay, what you love, for you younger ones, what you love doing, if you do it and it doesn't bring income, it's just a hobby. You shout Ronaldo today, you shout Messi, because what they love doing, they are doing it and they're getting money from it. So it's a double enjoyment. So I felt as well, okay, if you're a tea freak, you love tea, you can talk about tea and this agriculture. Why don't you go into it and turn it into a profession? And lo and behold, when we started, I thought the job would be something people would not accept. And our production has never been enough. So once we produce, people take it off. So how does sustainability now come in here? Sometimes last year, we were not producing, facility was down, we were doing renovation, and NEPA keep bringing news. And a shut down facility, you got a bill of 250,000 naira accommodated. Then I got angry. And I said, if you can do renewable energy and you're doing it at several levels, why not do it at this facility? And we had the entire facility on renewable energy. So it is shocking that what you're doing in the corner, where you thought you'll be recognized, you're not recognized. But when it's now your own, in a small corner, someone else saw it and pushed you out to the wall. I'm so happy. So for youth, your gratification will come, but it may not come at the point or where you think you will be recognized or celebrated. But I can tell you something, this is far greater than if I was celebrated there. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so happy to let this award for SSN. SSN, Circularity and Sustainability, is an organization that is set up to curb the destruction of climate change. Yes, in Circularity and Sustainability, we go to schools
plant trees for them, establish garden, establish nature clubs, because we believe that at the grassroots, when students are informed about the importance of climate change and how climate change is affecting us today, they'll be able to tell their parents and to give us a way forward. So on behalf of Circularity Network, this is really a big win for us. I want to say thank you to Images Initiative and to Activity for this award. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone. Yes, so on behalf of Dr. Terania Sangida, I collect this recognition and tomorrow it will be delivered here. We appreciate Images and all the partners for recognizing him as the best contributing to sustainable agriculture and food system transformation in Africa. As we all know here, food is more of a basic necessity, and some people outside other countries, children are dying of malnutrition. We see climate change has brought about effects, of limited foods and all that. So if we have such great people who can contribute to agriculture system and they recognize them, it is a great achievement. Thank you to everyone.
So I want the props to join us so that we take good photographs with them and they can announce. Congratulations. Okay, we're running out in 10 minutes. I promise let's see. When it is ready, just sit down. Sir. Is it ready? Ready now. I will show. Okay, we are leaving now. But if it is ready, as you are going, just pick your cup of tea. Thank you very much. I want to observe something about the award. All the participants that we gave awards, we didn't know they were going to win the award. We just saw in our corner that some people are doing something and got them in our house that they are not being recognized. And we put forth our own effort to do that. And when we did it, the call was just for 2 weeks. And we had over 200 nominations. We have not done this. This has been recognized. And it was difficult for us to come down to shortlist 3 per category because we didn't want too many people to come in the first place, and we don't want to dash the hope of too many people. So, okay, I'm coming to receive an award, and you find that you are not giving the award. It's not a good word. I mean, a good way to do it. So, when we get back down to 3, and in fact, ourselves were surprised. So, for me, I have to go online and search for these people. What is making these people to be recurring, even when it's in the nomination and even when we have to shortlist it? So we found out, and it has been proven today, that these people are the real people that should have their work because they are doing something novel that are contributing to the society in terms of circular economy and sustainability, and we are not grateful to that. The next thing we're supposed to do, tea is ready, okay? If you want to grab your tea, you can grab and come or grab and go. I'm just running off. We're supposed to read the communique, but we will suspend it because we'll circulate it anyway. It's supposed to be the press. So we don't want to bore you with another 30 minutes to read the communique. The other thing we want to do is announcement. After that, what is left? Announcement, right? The announcement is that I will start with a point of appreciation. You know, let me start with my teachers, Professor Oyeloke Ojola, aside the fact that he has been so supportive. I told you when we did a publication together, he gave me wine. I mean, nobody has ever done that to me and all that. So it didn't encourage me that this is how to mentor, all right? Then Professor Wahab, he gave me today. I didn't even know he would be coming. He will be saying, send the link to me, send the link to me. And I didn't send the link anyway. So to see him this morning, I was surprised. And even for the session we didn't plan for him, he just fit into perfectly. That is an error. That's not for him, yes. What can I say about His Excellency Ambassador? I told you that the first action was in 2012 when we traveled to Ghana, and I don't the name I have to call it, but and I'm telling the story of our family, Tom Spencer, all the people in Kogi, great people, mostly lawyers and engineers in those days. Yeah. In those days. So, Your Excellency, we are so grateful. It's always connecting me to people. You know, I know so many people, NIIA, no Professor Afolabi, the former head of service. You know, Afolabi was around on Tuesday, and we're sitting. I mean, former head of service, me, hey, my God, you're not so good at His Excellency. Another round of applause for you. You know, this lady, because we are here, I will talk about it. You know, it came from Ghana. I know His Excellency was ambassador in Ghana, so we're processing our visa. She's from Uganda, so it's not that she's from Ghana, otherwise we won't be in this. And we're so they get to the interview. I was watching that memory. I just go and appear because the High Commission. I just sent a WhatsApp to His Excellency that this our resource person is coming. No, don't worry, just send 2 lines, not up to five words. So then Bola and handle this. You know, that's we ask about the law, they try the law. How do I pronounce the name? Ademola. So that is the connection that we have as images region. We'll be happy to partner with all the awardees of today. We do our conferences for free because we have people supporting us. I will believe that next year will not be an exception. We'll complete that with the last one. Next year, by God's grace, we'll have another conference. And as we promised last year, under the SDG, the goal that is related to circular economy is to 12 on responsible consumption and production. So we are picking each of the targets, one after the other. This year is target 12.2. Next year conference is on target 12.3. And what it says is, if I imagine, let me just read what will be the thing for them, not yet next year's conference. It will be sustainable, the theme will be sustainable approaches to food waste and post-harvest loss. What did I say? Sustainable approaches to food waste and post-harvest loss. We don't produce a lot, but we also waste a lot. So how do we reduce waste? Not that even we don't produce much, we still be able to feed our people. And the days you can say it will be 8. Now we are moved from 3 days to a week. The first week will be from project launch. The last day will be to talk and do picnic and relax. So effectively 3 days in between will be the conference and the network, the platform on robotics. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for this. Let's call the day. And Your Excellency, you just stay here for the thing that will be all. And we give you very much. Right? Yeah, okay, let's come close. The award winners can join us. The awardees, please join us to participate. The baker. Come on, tell us. Yes, both images is fine because images started in 2017. I don't want to tell you the story of images, but we got registered in 2019. So we are 5 years this year. It started in the second week of May. That's why all our activities are commemorative of the started. Second week of May every year is our major activity that we are having now. So that's why we call this images inspired. Want to tell us something more?
Good afternoon, everybody. So on the back, so I want to tell us what is actually made of. So we have variety of ingredients there. We have ingredients that can give us protein. Everything that is essential for our body is there. So this is great snacks. Great snacks. Whenever you want, so you can get across to our doctor. Thank you, sir.
As snacks will go well with the tea.
Oh, yeah.
And they are not celebrating, they are health benefits. You have lemongrass, you have century, you have sasol, and vitamin. It's a combination.
Okay, tell us to cut down, we cut.
Images. So we start images. I M A G E S.
Thank you very much. I congratulate you all. By the grace of God, this time next year, we'll be here again. And all of us will see together.
Just make sure you
will always see this other celebration in our life. This is the goal of the conference. As you take this first birthday step, we take and after us. Thank you for hosting this. And let me also remind folks here. Thank you very much for coming. The results of the
Amen. Music, they will take cake, and step journey. For those of us who are traveling, so tomorrow there will be information for you on check of transport.